All right. Testing. Microphone test, quick microphone check. Hopefully all audio is good to go. We can get ready for this event. Yeah, I can hear myself perfectly in the stream. That's good. We are most definitely live. And yes, we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're hearing this voice for the first time ever, well, hello. My name is Rahul Nasir. I'm from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, and lending my voice a little help to our lovely friends here at AC Friends. And of course, if you've been around through the, the modern Le Mans race, as well as the Nürburgring 24, then yeah, you'll recognize this voice. But welcome into this event here. It's a blast from the past. It's the 12 Hours of Le Mans, the 1985 edition. We have some lovely, screaming old cars around here, and an old layout here that the only way you may have remembered this layout is if you probably watched Ford versus Ferrari. That's probably the only way you remembered this layout if you weren't around at this time, but I don't blame you if you were not. But regardless, though, a huge race coming up very shortly. But before we can get there, let's take you through some of the teams and the cars that'll be ripping it up at this iconic circuit. So we're going to start off with the GRC class. And this is, of course, kind of like, well, let's think. How do we kind of describe? This is like your prototypes, if you're unfamiliar with vintage racing. So let's go from it, and we start off with the number 010 Porsche 962 short tail. And then followed by the 023 Watt E Racing. We also had there under the Sauber C9 powered by a Mercedes. And then it's the 033. And in the Lancia LC2. After that, it's the 072, the Aston Martin AMRI. And then, just below that, the 096, another Porsche 962 short tail. Continuing through the rest of the grid, we have the other YE Racing, a couple of YE Racing cars. The 108 Jaguar. This is the Jaguar XJR12, a great looking car in my opinion. And then we get into one of the nicest sounding cars. This is from the number 176. They are running the iconic Mazda 787B. And it's going to be a very fun one to hear those ones on track. Followed by that, the number 234, they're racing in the Nissan R89 CLM. And then we have another Sauber C9 driven by the number 465. And then in the iconic Mazda 787B colors, it's HGE Racing Esport with under the banner the 927. That's their driver number there. Continuing down the order, we have a slightly different class here. You're the GR5 class, and a lot of very unique cars around here. Going through it now, the number 13, 013, it is the Porsche 935 K3, followed by the Ford Capri. That's a real blast from the past there. It's the 028 from YE Racing, and then the number 042 racing another Ford Capri. And followed by that, we have a BMW MI Turbo from the it's number 059 Racing Team Valkyrie E Racing. Can't wait to see them back on circuit here. And then Rounding it out, it's the number 321. It's team order 98 in the Ferrari 308 GTB Turbo. Following down the last couple of cars here in this class, the number 404, it's Team Hyperdrive in the BMW, followed by number 551 in the Porsche 935 K3, and then in the number 790, as you hear more iconic cars screaming down the front straight, it's the Ferrari 308 GTB Turbo. And then finally, last but not least, we have another Porsche, the 935, driven by the number 990. But last but not least, the GRA. These little bad boys here really going to be fun to watch racing together, especially at the start of this one. We start off with the men who are taking the pole position here. The 040. It's the BMW M3E30 for Hyperdrive, followed by Valkyrie 049 and another BMW. It's an all BMW front row. And then the German train continues with the Mercedes 190E Evo 2, driven by the team in the number 061, followed by 083 in the Skyline for JR Customs. And then it's the 102, the HGE Racing Esport Toyota Supra GRA. And below that, it is the Volvo 240 Turbo racing the 187, and that is the Nürburgring Esports team. Following through, we have a Ford Mustang. It's racing in the number 276, followed by that, the number 300 under the Mercedes banner. And then JR Customs coming through, team 352 in the Nissan Skyline R32 GTR. Number 420, Mello Motorsports in the Ford Sierra RS500, followed by that and Team Rusty's, the 828. They're racing under the Mercedes banner. And then following that, it's the number 992 under the Ford. So, that's your grid. That's the lineup we have for today. And we're getting ready to go for qualifying, we believe. So, I've never seen qualifying here with this team. And yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome out here. So we're currently looking at pit lane. Timer's counting down here. We have 35 seconds left to go. And let's see if we can find a driver who's... We can check out a lap here. 20 seconds left to go. So, does anybody want to be the one? I think I see one right here. So, one of the Nissans, maybe. Nope, taking it to the pits. That's a BMW we might be able to chase down. Let's figure it out, can we? That's not the right BMW. Let's see if we can find that car here. I think some of the names are jumbled up here, but we can kind of go through the list as we go here. I think we just found it. There we go. There's one of the BMWs there. Get our onboard shots ready for this one. This is one of the Valkyrie cars. As it's just entering the back straight. So, here we see one of the Beamers on the back straight. And yeah, if you know Le Mans, at least nowadays, you know there's a chicane somewhere around here, but not for this era. It's just completely flat out. Qualifying going to be very important. Especially as we go on board here, screaming down the back straight here. And you just hear you hear it topping out. Praying, it's like shift up, but like there's no other gears. Little kink to the right. Flat out through here. Waiting until we get into the Mulsanne itself, the actual hairpin. And now hard onto the brakes here. In a straight line, fully locking the rotation there. Turning right. You can see the inputs on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Then another long straight here, just to relax, because there's not really anywhere you're going, just straight and just flat. But as we just get down the straight here, we get through into Indianapolis. A little bit of a lift this time by. These cars can't really handle the flat out section here in the modern cars, but then just continuing on the brakes into the left-hander, a very violent dip as well as we go down to the left-hander, and then at the 50-meter board, braking down, and once again just desperately trying to hold on to the cars. Then right onto the power, accelerating through left-hander, and then we get into the Porsche chicanes, or I should say the Porsche curves. But there's a good bit of braking for this time by, following the curb on the inside, getting the power down midway through, flicking it to the left-hand side, and just tiptoeing it throughout this part of the circuit. If your tires aren't warm at this point, then you really got to take this one as slow as possible. Right-hander, very long right-hander, one flick to the left, and then we head into a completely different section here as the final couple of corners, this proper Ford chicane here. Accelerating through and then flicking it to the left and right, but too much sauce there. Could spill some trouble. Hard into the wall there for the BMW. Getting a flick spin. Ooh. But right back and going. So, practice very much over right now. Let's see if we can maybe check out some of the cars in pits. Or are we going to get started with qualifying? We're going to give us a moment here, and we'll see what's up. I think that BMW right there, looking very excited, wanting to get on the road. Can we blame him? Welcome in chat. If you're just tuning in, if you joined us back at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, as well as the 24 hours of Le Mans, then you will definitely remember my voice here. This is Rahul Nasir. I'm from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, a league that runs every Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Running a GT3 campaign with the cars from this very league. But yeah, we're just waiting until we get to the start of qualifying. So we're just going to give us a moment here. We are going to look at the cars in just 1 second. But you see, that's the pace car there. Or the stream car, I should say. Lovely Ferrari just chilling, and very cool to see. All right, there we go. All right, so let's hop over into the pit lane. Let's take a look at some of these bad boys here. I'll do my best. I'm not really too much. I don't know too much of these cars on face value, but I will try my best here. Well, you know what? It's going to be kind of like a kid in a candy shop. This is what I was like growing up. You know, just seeing all these cool cars here on display. Of course, that's Jaguar. Under this old pit wall as well. So interesting. I love the history of motorsport, and you just look around, and this is only possible in sim racing. You get to see this stuff come to life, especially if you have VR. I'm not too sure if we have any drivers in VR, but it's just absolutely iconic here. Here we have lovely looking machines, lovely liveries as well, of course. I believe basically all of them from the era. With small changes, of course. We see a Ford over there. I think we have a Porsche. Oh, these are awesome. Like, we need to be racing these. What are we doing? What are we doing in modern day motorsport? Cars just don't look as cool anymore. This is the life. And of course, you just have a little classic Ferrari just chilling in the pits there. We have a long way to go here. A little long walk. Another Porsche out here looking very, very sweet. I see a Ford. And, qualify. It's up. And we are started. And we got to get the hell right out the pits. So here we go. It's time for qualifying. It's the first time I'm going to be seeing this qualifying session go down here. And you already saw the Nissan come out. A reason why? It's a class qualifying. So it's not going to be every car that comes out. We're going to be starting off with the slowest class here. And they're going to have 20 minutes to put down a lap around here. And we're going to find out who is going to be taking... Oh, as we see drifting here. The pole in the slowest class. AKA a GRA class. So here we go. A nice, lovely, I think this is a dusky kind of morning here at Le Mans in France. And on the back straight, you just hear this Nissan GTR fly past us. There he goes. Beautiful car there. GRA. I think that is GRC Customs. Yes, it is. GR Customs. So every driver in this 12-hour race, they have 7 long stops. So very interesting to see what the strategy will be like throughout this one. But yes, qualifying underway here. It's an hour of qualifying, but it is different classes all coming together. So we are going to start off with our slowest class here, and we're going to end off with the main events and the prototypes. Cannot wait for it. But this is the blue class here. If you're kind of a little bit of a newbie, you don't really understand what's going on. If you take a look at that timing board there, it's all the blue cars starting off. So, Nissan, we have a Mercedes, a third car there. That's, what is this one here? Looks to be the, is that a Ferrari? No, it's not a Ferrari. We'll get it. HGE. Ah, yes, of course. That is the Supra. How could I forget? Followed by the Ford. The BMW. I believe that is the Volvo. It's a good time now to get acquainted with these guys here. Yes, that is, of course, the Volvo 240 Turbo, followed by another BMW, Ford, and Mercedes. But the one that's going to lead us off, lead the pack here to set the lap time down, it'll be this Nissan. Of course, not on this lap, but getting ready to go for this qualifier. So, the question on everyone's mind, who is on for pole position? I see just drifting through here in that skyline. Oh, look at it go. Just bumping over the curb there. These are some awesome cars. Definitely going to have a great race together. There we go. This JR Customs livery. Once again, JR Customs knocking it out the park. Clearly one of the best on showcase here. Welcome in chat there. Hello and welcome. Have a nice race. Yeah, have a nice race, everyone. And good luck. Have fun. So here we go. Rounding out the final corner here. We're going to go on board and we're going to see this one go down here throughout this first part of the lap. So, as we cross over the start-finish line to begin this lap here, turn one, it's completely flat out, up the there's the Dunlop Bridge, the famous Dunlop Bridge. Over the crest, downhill, going to be picking up some speed, but the braking zone coming up now, just after the 100-meter marker. To the left-hander, right-hander, the Tetra Rouge. Accelerating through now into the kink here, but a lot slower, got to take it through. That's the actual proper Tetra Rouge here section, and then on to the back straight where now you can finally relax all that hard work you just pulled off in those couple braking zones. And now you just got to chill out, and there's nothing else to do, and just ride through the sunset. Flat out here. Completely flat. And you can just chill out in this section here. Nothing much to do. Just going to be tapping the wheel with his fingertips. Waiting for the braking zone. We're halfway there. Halfway. And you kind of realize now why there is a chicane. I mean, partly due to the safety aspect. But, you know, it does spice things up. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Little kink to the right coming up now. But no excitement here. It's completely flat out. Especially in these slower classes here. Little kink. But then we're finally going to get a braking zone coming up here into the Mulsanne. Just waiting for it. Up the hill, down the hill, and then we're going to be looking for the braking zone here this time by. Hard on the brakes. 200-meter zone there. Into the hairpin. Beautifully taken there, and right back on the loud pedal, and you guessed it, we have another straight here, and this one, of course, unchanged, exactly the same as we have in modern day, as we head into Indianapolis, where it's going to get very, very tricky. Halfway down the straight here, little kink to the right, second kink kind of coming up. Looking through Indianapolis now. Going to be on the brakes very soon. Cannot take this one flat out whatsoever. Breaking in a straight line. Get it swung into the right-hander. Through Indianapolis. Breaking down in a straight line. The harsh dip here into the left-hander. And it's all about surviving that one. That's going to really make the difference. Accelerating up sharp. Right-hander this time by. Just about able to navigate through. Back on the loud pedal. And now, really deep into this lap now. At this point, because there's basically nothing done on this lap, if you ruin this one out, it's just such a long out lap to get back going. But now we're going to enter into the Porsche curves. Into the left-hander, through to the right-hander, downshifting, holding on for dear life. Just about holding through, flick it to the left-hander, accelerating out onto the right-hand side. Flick to the left, flick to the right. Little touch on the grass, sends him a little bit wide there. Just holding on, left-hander, accelerating out. Just a couple corners to go. The flicks through the Ford chicane. It's all or nothing on this lap here. And we're going to see what the Nissans are going to be doing for GR Customs. Here we go. The final complex. Left, right. Final chicane to go. And racing to the line. The drivers in this class are going to be chasing down a 3:58. The confetti looks like it's going off in the pits. Let's figure out these next couple drivers here to come to the line. Here comes a Mercedes. To the line now. Is it enough to take down the Nissan? It is not. That's a 4-minute lap time. Here comes the Supra. Oh! Not a curb. But to the line now. And no, it's not a valid lap. You gotta go around another time and there's trouble. Just catching on here. That is the Ford just going through. Going now. Here comes the BMW E30. HDR to the line. It's enough for second. Very exciting. First on qualifying here. Two at the line for the Volvo. It's not going to be enough. And here we go. Last but not least, about to complete this lap in the Mercedes. And here we go. So far, only 4 drivers with a valid lap time. Will we see another valid? Only time will tell. Here we go, to the line. Is this enough? No, it's not a valid lap time. So only 4 valid lap times on the board for this first part of qualifying. And, oh, just going a little bit wider, the GRC car. Out the hairpin. Not too sure if that's track limits. Watch a different car coming around here. Let's go on board. And just very squirrely on exit. This is the Team Rusty's. Currently sitting P3 at the moment. And we are running out of time for these drivers here. We just have about 9 minutes remaining for this first part of qualifying. Through Indianapolis and now into the left-hander. Too much sauce into the wall. Love it. Just keep going. You don't have time to take it into the pits. And now damage will haunt the Rusty's car. Unfortunately for the rest of this qualifying, it just doesn't look like it's enough to take it to the pits and come right back out. Oh, and even the JR Customs having trouble. That's a lot of damage through the Porsche chicanes. Porsche curves. My apologies. Going through there in the HGE car. That's a lovely sounding Supra. Oh, and it's gone wide. Luckily, though, keeping it on the track, most important part. It's all over the place. Dirty tires. Trying to survive the Porsche curves. But the Supra biting back. Taking a look at the BMW behind. It looks like it's got some battle scars of its own. So a lot of drivers on this second lap really pushing hard now, realizing that they don't have much time. 20 minutes is just barely enough to get some proper flyers here. GRC taking it to the pits. This is the only car I have not seen that has had trouble around here. But still, JRC on pole, 358 to the line. Yeah, as we expected. That's a Supra. No valid lap there. But here comes the BMW. HDR to the line. Gonna be enough to take down pole position as JR Customs watches. And unfortunately, not enough. So next to the line. Oh, as we see one of the BMWs, the Team Valkyrie. But here comes the Volvo. To the line now from a 405. Is it enough for pole? Doesn't look like it. So, pole's getting tight. You see the BMW here. It's oh, there's trouble. It's one of the Nissans there, and that's a lot of damage on that car. Look at the rear bumper. No, it's absolutely destroyed. Desperately trying to get out the way. Going. Is that damage on the bumper? I mean, it definitely does not look correct, that's for sure. But more times, more valid lap times coming to the line here. And we're still waiting on who can take pole position. And Rusty is continuing to lead us off. Of course, the JR Customs back on. You can take a look at that delta at the bottom. Half a tenth off. So what will go down here on this lap? Is there enough? Enough for a pole position? That's the big question. But you see 2 tenths down, but anything and everything. It can all change in a matter of moments. Into Indianapolis, though. Big chance to score some time here. And you already see up on the Delta, but it's because going deep again. So Indianapolis once again biting. Continuing to bite. That's the last thing you need here. Can the Super survive? Barely holding on. That's a shame. Rusty's car was on a great lap. A car was also on a great lap. That's the Volvo. They're racing to Indianapolis now. Could be a great lap here. Here you see half a tenth up. We're coming down to it. 4 minutes left to go in qualifying for this first part of it. For the GRA class. Oh, slow slide on exit. Touch on the grass. So here we go. 1 second up on the time. This Volvo, oh, a huge tanker, huge slide. Just about holding on, barely though. Getting it right. Really pushing hard into the grass slightly. I hope that's not track limits. But here we go. Ford chicane now. Into the line here. Oh, this looks like it's going to be a great lap. Over the line now. What's it going to be? Is it enough? As we have a disqualification. It's not enough for an improvement. Doesn't look like on the board. But a disqualification coming up for the Valkyrie team. They teleported to the pits. It looked like. I don't know if that's allowed, but we're getting at least we got a sign there that says disqualification. I hope hope they're all good. Because that would suck. They're in P2. They would love to get a P1. Regardless, though, qualifying coming down to it. Oh, no, I guess if you do teleport, you do get disqualified, so... Guess that's any driver out there. You must take it to the pits. I think that's what's actually going down there. But I think since they can't put down a lap time, it doesn't matter if they're disqualified on this lap. But one team that's absolutely flying here. It's the JR Customs. Purple in the first sector. A whole whopping 1 minute 15.645. That's a whole lap time for some circuits. For this one, it's just a sector. But interesting to note, we have 2 cars still yet to put down a proper lap time. And we got the warning now. 1 minute to go left in qualifying. They got to get a move on. Because I believe once we get to that 40-minute mark, we're going to see the next class go down. I think that'll be the GR5 class coming up. But yeah, I think a lot of drivers kind of forfeiting qualifying here. One of those cars we're watching. Not enough. Behind, though. Could be flying. Or are they just forfeiting qualifying? No, still very much pushing. It's also the JR Customs. All right, so qualifying for the GRS class has begun. And we can go over now. And they're going to get going right away. They won't be impeded. The GRA class will be taking it to the pits. But here we go. Now true race cars going to take to the field here. And, ooh, that's a car reversing there. In the back, don't know what's going on there. To show what that's all about, a little bit of racing here. Ooh, that was close. Almost made contact. That's the Porsche of the BMW. So here we go. Through the, under the Dunlop Bridge. And a lovely shot here of all these cars just coming through. Lovely early morning here and a beautiful crowd that's turned up. As they all go through that time by, these times are going to be quicker. Very, very quick. You're just seeing now the rest of the lap times there from the GRA class getting loaded up there. So GR Customs takes pole position in the GRA class, followed by Team Valkyrie. They're going to be starting on the front row there. Behind them, it's the Mercedes and the Ford. And then, I believe that is the Volvo, BMW, and then Ford to round it out. I don't see the Supra in that board there, so interesting. Not too sure what happened. I'm going to be reconnecting to the session. You can hear the sound difference, right? These things are screamers. But, oh, trouble there. One of the GRS classes, or the GR5 classes, disqualified for disconnection. I hope that's not going to hamper their qualifying because they start right about now. That'd be a huge shame. You see in chat there, disqualified does not invalidate your lap. That's good to know there in chat. And yeah, Godzilla tearing it up on the French roads. And now this time, let's see, let's get to the first driver here. Another awesome looking livery. In the BMW, dancing through. This is the BMW M1 Turbo for Team Hyperdrive. And now into the final chicanes here. And you see just absolutely flying through here. Let's go on for a lap, shall we? And let's find out a lap around this circuit. So, turn one here, once again, completely flat out. Every class can take this one flat out. Onto the Dunlop Bridge. Downhill. Then into the chicane. Through the S section. The S de Tête Rouge. Then into the right-hander, King, as we get into the proper Tetra Rouge here. A little bit wide, just about holding on to this lap. And then onto the back straight. So 35 minutes total left of qualifying. 35 minutes before we get racing. And for this class, they have until the 20-minute mark, so 15 minutes left to go for this part of qualifying in the Group 5 class. Flying through here. You just see our camera crew barely picking up. Flying down. Kink to the right. Go back on board here, getting ready for the next braking zone. Looking for it. Braking at the 300-meter board. In a straight line. To the hairpin. Slow and steady. Good exit out. Now racing to Indianapolis. Absolutely flying there. Just up ahead though. To set down a lap time here. We'll come back to the BMW. But this is your first car just coming around here. I'm pretty sure. Actually, are they on a lap? I don't think so. Might not be. Maybe they went to the pits and came back out. Regardless. Here we go. Next to the line. To the Porsche curves now. Into the right. And flicking it into the left-hander. Right-hander here. And accelerating out. Left-hander. Back on the loud pedal. Ford chicane left to go. And here we go. The first proper lap. If it was all valid, all said and done here, this could be the first lap. The drivers are chasing down very violent through that first couple of curves. To the line. And that is enough for pole. It's a 3:41.500. Here comes a Porsche, only enough for second. 3:42.736. Next to the line. Here comes a Ford. It's enough for second. Next up. Ooh, a little bit of a cut there. Hopefully it's enough. Back on the loud pedal to the line. What's it good for? It's not good for an official lap. That's for sure. Next up. Team VAR. In the Porsche 935 K3. To the line here, coming up. Only 3 official lap times on the board. Here we go. Through the chicane, slow and steady. To the line. And not going to be a valid lap time there. Here comes one of the BMWs. Another lap time, not valid. Here comes a Ford. Another lap time, not valid there. So these drivers looking for their first laps here. So far, our pole time now for the GR5 class, a 3:41.500. That's what we're looking at so far. And we are halfway into this qualifying session. 10 minutes left to go as we get through to Indianapolis, getting on to the brakes. Left-hander in the Ferrari 308 GTB Turbo. This is for Team SRSG. And now, getting ready to head into the Porsche curves. Let's go on board. Got the Ferrari. Missed out on that first part of the corner. Just trying to capitalize on the second part. Into left-hander. Double left. Right-hander. Keeping in the same gear. Left-hander again. Back on throttle. And now the Ford chicane. Left to go here on this lap time. What's it good enough for? Hopping over through the first set. The second set now. To the line here. From an invalid lap time, it'll be good enough for fourth. It's a 3:43, 1:39. Next to the line, P3 and P2. We see none on a proper lap time here. This one is an HDR. Faster there. 3:40.411. But this lap time, really on it, could be for pole. And is it going to be onto the front straight, to the line from a 3:41, goes to a 3:44.96. It's not enough for pole. So not quite yet for a pole lap. Notice one of the Porsches going to P5 at the 3:43.459. Here we go. We still have 3 drivers yet for an official lap time here, and this one should be it. 4/10 down. Into the left-hander, getting it powered down in the Valkyrie car. So Valkyrie E Racing number 2. Through the chicanes. Final part. And to the line, a little scruffy on exit. But it's a lap time on the board. And it's P5. So it's a 3:43.157. You can take a look at the difference in lap times between that last class we just went through. P7 just coming to the line over now, getting one through. We're just waiting on one final lap. Unfortunately, not gonna get it. He's going straight to the pits. So back on here with the Ferrari. And a lot of drivers already into the pits. Calling it quits potentially. From 2/10 up, that is going to be the worst thing you want there. Getting the power down too early there, the turbo. Just getting it wrong. Next up, you don't want to miss it. In just 6 minutes time, it's going to be Group C coming up. The loudest cars, the fastest cars, going for the fastest lap times here through the Porsche curves now. Here comes the Ferrari. Looking to gain back some time to get back. Positive delta. And a good set of corners here can do it. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. A 10th up, 2 tenths up. Into the grass for good measure.
Couple corners left to go to seal the deal from P4.
Here we go. 3:43, 1:39. You need it faster than a 3-minute 40.411 to the line. Can it be enough for improvement? It will be. It's third. The 3:42.680. Next to the line. 5 minutes left to go. You could probably squeeze just one final lap in their trouble. E6. Ooh, that's the Porsche in the wall. Another Porsche just following through. And that's another pole faster lap time there from the HDR car. From Hyperdrive. Continuing to hold on the pole even faster. But here comes the WOT Racing. The 3:40.496. Not good enough for pole. Next up here for the mixed team. Is this a valid lap time, or was this the car we saw that was in the wall just now? Regardless, though, we'll find out in just a moment. And if not, they're going to want to set up a proper lap here to go for it. One car that also doesn't look like it's on the lap either. Taking it straight to the pits. And that's the qualifying session there done. Here comes Team Valkyrie. Almost 2 seconds up this lap time. This could be good. This could be huge. What could this turn out to be to the line now? Much better exit than the lap before. From P5, it's P3 with a 3:47.64. Next up, another driver 2 seconds up in the Ford. Final part, this time by to the line from P7. Is there enough for any improvement? It does not look like there is. Folks, 3 minutes here in qualifying for the Group 5 class before we get into one of the best. Chat say the M1 is damn strong. Hard to balance the GR5. And yeah, you'd say there. I mean, so far, we're looking at 2 BMWs going for pole. Of course, that's your pole BMW there. And here's another one. But the car is only perfect if you have the right driver. You see it all over motorsport. But when you have it right, when you got the combo of perfect cars, perfect drivers, undefeated, no chance of any competition. Here comes a Ferrari. 3/10 up this lap, exactly where you want to be. P4 so far, 3:42.640. You got some time to dig. Need a proper lap here. To the line from P4. Is it enough for any improvements? It's not. That's going to be qualifying done for the Ferrari. And we'll have to start on the second row for that class. Bit trouble through the curb there, through the grass. One minute to go. Got the warning. And into the chicanes. Look at that. Track limits galore there. Here we go. To the line. From P2. Is it enough for pole? And it does not look like it is. Next up, P5. Mixed team in the Porsche. Up on this lap. This could be something special. From P5 so far, in the Porsche, through the Porsche curves. Accelerating through, little touch on the grass, 2/10 up this lap. Could be on the second row. But how quick can you be? To the line now? And doesn't look like there's anything left in the tank there. It's gonna be P5. And here we go. You hear the cars screaming. It's time for this final part of qualifying here. And it's Group C. So the rest of the pack will have to make their way straight to the pits. Their qualifying is over. Game on, though. It's time for Group C, baby. Let's do this. This is what everyone comes here for the fastest class. Here, everyone's going to have their eyes on these, and the pace difference is just absolutely insane. Here we go. And you just hear that 787 chasing down this Aston Martin. So much more louder. It's like that mosquito that just buzzes around your room, annoying the hell out of you. Just lurking, but it's a sound that's actually nice. Oh, there's trouble already for the Mercedes. It's in the wall. Spilling some trouble. Back going. And the Sauber C9. All right, let's take a look at it. Everyone wants to see it. The famous, the 787B. What a story from Mazda. And how this car was created. And when you think of Group C, you think this car right here. Lore accurate King Ferrari says in chat. 38 concurrent viewers if you are a driver and you're not in this class. Well, I know you're watching here. Everyone wants to see Group C qualifying. It's just amazing. It's a spectacle to watch. A couple other cars through here. There's one of the other Mazdas, followed by the Jaguar, Lancia, 2 Porsches coming through there, the Nissan, and 2 Mercedes just rounding out the field. But it's this first team here, Team Valkyrie, in the Aston Martin. And they'll be the first driver to set down a lap time here. Will it be official? Will it be valid? We're now racing until the clock strikes 0. So let's go on board and let's enjoy a lap in the fastest machines of the era. Oh, and there's trouble going to the pits. And that's actually a different class, so we don't have to worry about it. Turn 1 flat. Completely flat out through here. Hard on the brakes now. You can take so much speed in these cars. It's trouble. That might have just ruined that lap right there. So we'll come back to him. The 787's pushing. And I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'll let you listen to this one. Just a little bit of ASMR we can only find here on AC Friends. And the best kind of ASMR, wouldn't you say? A lot of smoke picked up there. Through the hairpin. And now we race to Indianapolis. I think these cars could basically take the first part of them flat. We'll see. Here we go, on board. We'll find out now. Already at Indianapolis. And no, it's just a shift down, but then hard onto the brakes, and this is the real tricky part every car through that second part just after Indianapolis. It's a make or break for lap times here. But here we go. Through the Porsche curves. 2 cars to watch. Not too sure which one is which here, if they're on a valid or not, so we'll still stick with both of them. I think it's right we start off with the car we started this lap with. And the Mazda to the line now. Oh, it's trouble. It's not the best of exits. But to the line nonetheless. It's still going to be pole for now. And we're just going to get our speed here because we truly got to see how quick these cars are. 400 kilometers, I heard. That's what they can do. The next drivers to come to the line here. Here comes one of the short tails. Gotta go for third. Who's next to the line? It's trouble in the Nissan. Almost flick spins. It's staying in one place. That's the most important part. And that's pole! That is pole! The Mercedes, the Sauber C9, takes the top spot. Absolutely huge here for 1E Racing. That's a lap right there. A 3:05, 3:92. Take a look at that timing. Should I say the speed at the bottom right. Now we're getting word that slipstreaming will grab you to a potential 400 kilometers unseen speed. The courage, the balls you need to manage these cars in this era, 400 kilometers down the back straight. This is a motorsport at its absolute finest. But here we go. To the line here, not seeing the map updated. Only seeing 3 cars here. Interesting. I'm not too sure why. Regardless, though. 11 minutes left to go here in qualifying. Still undecided on who could take pole. E Racing is going faster on this lap time. But we'll stick with this car here. Oh, there's trouble for the E Racing. It's in the wall, potentially. It's off the circuit. Where was that? That was just after Indianapolis. Another car getting it wrong. Spilling trouble. And that was a flyer. E Racing was looking to capitalize on an even faster lap there. The 787B taking it to the pits. Not faster this time by. But that is huge. Purple in the first sector. a sub 1 minute, a 58.627 in Sector 1. Purple out the rest of the field, but unfortunately not enough. But here's a car that's going to go for a lap time from P4. Is there enough in the tank? 307.315 for the short tail, one of the two Porsches on circuit here. More cars to the line now. And there's one of the Aston Martins, of course, who kicked off this qualifying here, but just had trouble all around. And the other Sauber C9 just not finding enough. But here's one car that is on a flyer. Number 176. In the Mazda. Two Mazdas here on track. Then hard on the brakes here. To the right-hander. Hairpin. Accelerating out. Look at that. 230 kilometers climbing here. And 300. How quick can we get until we get to Indianapolis? 340, 353, 354, 360, 360. Don't want to mess this one up here. Dip down, accelerating out, back out. Corner exit. To the right-hander. 50-meter board, braking down. Back on. Let's get right back to that lap there. 7/10 up on this lap. All right, so Porsche curves now for the second Mazda here. Could take down that faster car. Oh, but all that momentum killed there. Just not getting it right in that second part. A little wiggle, a slide, wide going through. Just about recovering it. Almost touching 7/10 up. It was 8/10 up at one point on this lap. To the chicane now. What will it be? Look how fast he's going through the chicane. Blowing it down to the line now for P3. Is it good for pole? It's not. It's a purple third sector though. 7 minutes left to go. Oh, it's getting so close. Oh, so close. Here we go. Next to the line, one of the Porsches. From P4. Gonna take it straight to the pits here. Couple drivers next to come to the line here. And all of them entering, maybe. And there's your pole man there, just crossing our screens. And we heard that, yeah, probably the Mazda did cut the circuit. We were just watching there. So a lovely quiet time here. There we see more cars to the line here. Next up, Porsche. And just passing our screens there. Let's go right back trackside. With the number 465 Mercedes. And looking to start this lap time once again. So now, here we go, another flyer. One of three drivers still yet to put down a lap. Has to get a move on. Here's that same Mazda. At 7/10 down on this lap, so no improvement this time by. The 927, the other Mazda. Well, that's a car that's going quick. So personal improvement in the first sector. Into the left-hander. Ooh, hard on the brakes, getting right back down. Into the right-hander, and back going. So through the Porsche curves. You just see that telemetry on the bottom right. Right back on the loud pedal. Flat through the left-hander. Little bit of a break in the right. Back on it. Is it flat through here? No. Just having to lift off. This could be a great lap here. Is it going to be enough for pole, though? Taking it from the Mercedes. Here we go. HGE to the line. Oh, it's very squirrely on exit. And it's just getting closer here. It's not enough. It's just not enough. But interesting to note, it was purple. So far, it's Mercedes, followed by Mazda, Porsche, Jaguar. That's your top 5. So who else can we find finishing up this lap here? One of the Lancias. One of 3 to not make a lap, finally getting a lap time there of a 3:08.454. 3 minutes left to go. The 2 Porsches to the line. Here comes the first one, already across it. Not enough for improvement. The second one, good enough for P6. We're down left at 2 cars, still yet to put down a lap time there. One of them is the Aston Martin. The second one is the Mercedes. It did getting hunted down throughout this section. Ooh, one of the walk cars, the Jaguar, having trouble at the final corner. And we're rejoining the C9. Just entering through it. Into the line. And a time on the board. So a 3:08.691. That just leaves 1 car left to put down a valid lap time here, and we're getting word that a purple lap, a purple sector, could be for chance. Here we go. Number 176. The second 787B on track with 2 minutes left to go. If you're on a lap now, this is the last one you can complete. I don't think anybody's going to be able to start a new one. So this may be it here. Actually, it might be going to overtime. We'll see. Little slide on exit just for measure. Then a 109.0 in the middle sector. 4/10 up. Looking good. Couple corners, here we go. Final couple for the number 176. Is it enough for pole? From P3 to the line? It's not a 3:06.1. Not enough to take down for pole. One team who's still holding on to pole ever since the start of this Group C qualifying session. What E-Racing dominating here at Le Mans. But there's still 30 seconds left to go. Still, anything can go down. Oh, but it's a massive cut. And the momentum killed there. To the line nonetheless. But that could have been in an even bigger lap time. And that's trouble for one of the 787s. To the pits. His qualifying is over. Here comes some of the Porsches now. The lead Porsche. Doesn't look like there's any possible improvement, but checkered flag is out. One of the Valkyries to the line when it mattered the most. P3. Absolutely stellar. The final lap out of the 20 minutes, getting the last one done for P3, knocking down. Oh, and that's trouble for the Jag in the wall. It's absolute chaos here. Here comes the Nissan. The lone Nissan here. Good enough for 6th. And number 33. The Lancia. Maybe a surprise? Well, that's my surprise. Taking it to the pits. No lap time there. Now, the 023. I think he already crossed the line. But we'll find out. Yeah, no, we have 2 cars left to go here. But 11 seconds off there. Off. So I think it's just... Yeah, he's backed off. Because he knows all position is his. So what E-Racing... Pole position... in this one. There's the other classes there. If you've missed out, we started off with GRA. And just disconnecting out the session there. What an amazing qualifying session this has been. But we come down to it. Absolutely fantastic work. From these drivers here. If you're just tuning in here, welcome. That was a lovely qualifying we just witnessed there. And we're sitting at 43 concurrent viewers getting ready for the start of this race. So, we're going to get ready for 12 hours of racing in just a moment's time. So stick with us. We'll be back.
Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is when you look at me this way, find it hard to not give in. came in weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need faith. And you said, put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
All right, welcome. We're getting back into it now. And we're getting ready for racing. So just taking a look at some of the cars here as we're getting ready to go here for this 12-hour. So we're getting ready to go at the top of the hour here. In just a couple minutes' time. And one final look at all these cars in formation as you get ready for this one. A beautiful set of liveries here today for this round of racing. Welcome here to the 12 Hours of Le Mans. This is a retro Le Mans here from 1985, a blast from the past. We're continuing to look down throughout the grid. And just wrapping up through this Group C class, these iconic cars. And then we're going to get into our next class here, the Group 5. Here we see these beautiful cars here. Starting off with the BMW. And, let's manually go through it really quickly here. The Valkyrie BMW. A Ferrari. There we go. Porsche in the Martini colors. Great looking livery there. Followed up there with the second Porsche. Couple Sony sponsors. Lovely colors there. The yellow and the gradients of orange and red. Follow through with the Ford. Zack Speed. The red and white and bits of black there. Rounding it out with the Porsche. Sitting last place there. Just last but not least, but anything can go down to this race here. I gotta give it to them. JR Customs, you did it once again. That's gotta be one of my favorite liveries out here today in the Nissan. Followed by the Beamer. Lovely looking stuff. The Valkyrie team. Who do we have next? The Mercedes Ortega AVM. Then it is the Ford Mustang for Mellow Motorsports. Or sorry, not the Mustang. The Ford Sierra, I think that was. Oh, no, I was right. No, it was the Mustang, number 276 there. Then we had HDR checking out the Rusty's car. The other Mercedes. Following that, it is the Volvo. And then for Taco Motorsports, already rotating the wheels there. In the other Nissan, rounding us off, right at the rear, the final Mercedes. And that is, of course, being from AFS Racing. And this couldn't be done without some of the safety cars. We're going to take a look at that. Here's one of them, one of the Ferrari. I think this is the F40. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's the F40 there. We have another 3 safety cars here. And the lights coming on now. And we're going to get ready for the formation lap here. And we're underway. So we're going to start off with the 3 pace cars that will lead all 3 classes. Wishing they had like a national anthem here. It feels so grand. seeing these cars enter onto the circuit. And here we go. All of them, the Group C class, eager to get on to the circuit. Following up next, there you see the Group 5, and they're going to get going right about now. See one car in the pits. I think that's one of the Skylines. Yeah, it is. Last but not least, we're waiting for our Group A. Waiting for them to get going. They want to build up a good gap here, and there we go. We're now underway with them, and I think the Skyline is gonna try to squeeze their way into this pack. Is that what's going to happen there? Is he going to take it to the rear? I think he's going to take it to the rear, actually. Very respectful. So, here we go. I'm not too sure. I think it's just one lap. So, as soon as we get to the line, 12 hours of racing will commence. You see the drivers warming up their tires. Getting ready for this one. Look at that. One of the C9s doing the Kimmy strat. Staying straight. It's the best way to keep the tires warm, trust me. Then we have the Group 5 class coming up through here. All of them on the back straight. Of course, can't forget about the GRA class. So let's take you through the grid really quickly. So we're going to start off with it's going to be Mercedes, Mazda, Aston Martin, Mazda, Porsche, Nissan, Lancia, Mercedes, Porsche, and Jaguar. And that is your Group C class. That's going to be your fastest class on track, followed by the Group 5 class. There you see them all going through there. Let's try to see if we can get it through. So we have the P1 BMW, Ford, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Ford, Porsche, and Porsche. Rounding out your grid there. I know, yeah, it doesn't say it on the timing screens there, unfortunately. And last but not least, in the Group A class, it's Nissan, BMW, Mercedes, Ford, BMW, Mercedes, Supra. Is it a Supra or the... Oh, it's the Volvo. It's not the... So Supra's not here, I don't see. Yeah, not seeing the Supra. So it's the Volvo, the Nissan, and the Mercedes to round it out. And we are getting ready to go here. Just about entering into the Porsche curves. So if you haven't got your snacks yet, you've run out of time. Sit back, relax, as we're going to get ready to go for 12 hours of racing. In fact, the 12 hours are going to kick off right about now. It's game on. It's 2x2 formationed, ready for racing. Pace car will make the dive into the pits on this lap. 12 hours commence here at Le Mans as they roll down a beautiful set of cars. If you're just tuning in, my name is Rahul Nasir, I'm from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, a league that runs every Saturdays. Invited here to commentate a beautiful event that's about to take place right now. Don't go anywhere. It's time we get going. It's time we get racing. What's good here is that we're luckily going to be able to watch these guys until they get to the back straight, and then we can go to the next class, so we shouldn't miss too much action. Pace car will take it to the pits. Eyes are on the front pack. Keep an eye on that red at the bottom. It's green. When do we go racing? Just waiting for it. They'll have the command. And are we underway? Waiting for it? Waiting for the command? And we're underway. We're green. We're racing here at Le Mans. It's the Watt Racing in the Sauber C9 who takes the lead. Side by side in the back there, you see the, I think it's the Valkyrie. Yeah, the Aston Martin Team Valkyrie going through side by side with the Mazda as they all go through. One of the Mazdas behind, chasing down. Is it going to be 3-1 as they head into the chicane? No, he backs out just behind them 2 by 2 as they go through here. One of the Nissans just trying to get through desperately. Here comes the Lancia from the outside, takes to the inside line from the other Porsches. The 2 Porsches shuffling to the rear end as they get down to the rear end of the field, and they now get onto the back straight. The second class about to go racing, but the back straight, it's a slipstream party, and at 400 kilometers per hour, here we go. Wadi Racing could be in big trouble here as they get to the line. The second set of cars here about to get racing. We're gonna swap to them now. Here we go for Group 5. Waiting for them to get underway. And we go racing. Very iffy start for one of the Beamers in the back. Having a really bad start out there, losing so many positions. But there they go. The Ferrari had a massive start there. Is on the outside, side-by-side Porsche. And Ferrari, as they start to really single file through this part of the circuit. There's a lot of trouble out. However, though, we're going to have to come back. Group C, they're not playing nice. And one of the Porsches has been sent backwards in the wall. Here they come through. Very tight between them. Meanwhile, we're underway for the Group A class, and every class has gone racing here. We'll switch back to Group C in just a moment. Group A looking very good. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Almost 3 wide racing as we get to the start of this one. It's the fun class as they all go through. But let's get back up to the front here. We've now seen all the classes side by side. 2 Mazdas chasing down. On board, one of them in the back. Oh, it's the 787. One of them ahead. He's off the circuit. It's absolute carnage there. One of the Valkyries off. Get back going. Very slow in front. The Porsche goes around. 096 going through. And it's absolute drama here in the early stages. Mainly for HGE. What an amazing start. Has crumbled down in the early stages. It's not over till it's over. It's just lap 1. You got to shake it off and work around it till we get to the rest of this race as they all head around onto the front straight to begin the second lap here. As for the GR5 class, it's 4 that leads the way, followed by the BMWs. Just try to get a look at that rear cam of the Team Valkyrie here. Getting chased down by one of the Porsches. As they go through Indianapolis, very tight section around this part. Just about are they all able to survive through? They single file go through that part. Meanwhile, very jumbled up as they head through the Mulsanne is the GRA class. Side by side, 2 by 2 up the road, but so far it's led comfortably right now by the Nissan 2.6. Behind them, very close between the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, side-by-side action. Take a look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. As both, oh, it's trouble. Hold on. One of the Valkyrie cars spilling some drama, who was on the podium just now as we were cutting away. Taking a look at the other Valkyrie car side by side. Oh, don't make it 3 wide. Is it going to be? Getting a lovely tow here. 380 kilometers. One of the Mercedes slowing down a bit earlier than the Valkyrie team would have expected. 2 cars go deep once again. HGE, more trouble. Oh, and that's another one there. One of the Lancias off the circuit. Right back on. Desperately trying to hold on to position. An absolute war out of this part here. Lots of positions jostling up. HG, they're having trouble here in the opening laps. Through Indianapolis, a tank slap there from Team Valkyrie in the Aston Martin. And that's going to be all sorts of pressure. HG is going to try to come back. Meanwhile, battling for who doesn't want to be last between the Lancia and the Porsche. So meanwhile, looks to be that the GR5 class has started to split apart. But your battle for second here, one of the closest. Side by side, there you see the Mercedes. It's a drag race. First of the late breakers into the chicane. And Team Valkyrie just gonna back off. Letting through that Mercedes. But the top 3, all different manufacturers in the GRA category. Fastest lap complete for Watt Racing. And remember, this GRA class on the back straight now. Your fastest class. Well, they're coming up fast. And we're going to have a little bit of drama here. On board, one of the Mazdas getting it done and dusted around the outside. Sweet as you like, Team Valkyrie did not want the smoke. Was like, you go ahead. Couple dive bombs going through the Mulsanne. Through the multiple different classes here. You can take a look at that top speed there from the Mercedes. Almost hitting 300 kilometers in these little cars here. But very soon, they're going to have company from the leaders. Remember, they're basically doing almost 200 kilometers faster than the slowest class. So here we go. We're going to go on board with Watt Racing, and it's going to be like he's playing Subway Surfers. He's going to be dodging all the obstacles. But the best place to get all the obstacles through is definitely this back straight here. And you can just see it flying past. As I get into the hairpin now, this is where you got to be a little smart here, because sure, you are the faster class, but you know, if you're a little too hype, that could spell some trouble. Meanwhile, it's their trouble. Looks like HG getting right back here in this fight. Watch out. There's one of the Sierras, followed by the Mercedes. Big opportunity for an overtake here to the inside. It's very tight. And look at that. Having to back out. Was it Nissan? Because there was just too much traffic in the way. Oh, it's one of the Nissans in the way there. All the Group C cars going on the inside, desperately trying to avoid. But props. Just about getting away. And no contact is made. There's a bit of trouble there on corner exit. And so many classes colliding with each other. Every class already. It's so early on. Look at that, 3 wide. Just getting through as a Jag, but still in the lead, unaffected by the storm. Watt Racing. P3. Then you see the Porsche getting it through. Qualifying was only one part of this story. Only one small part. Meanwhile, a bit of side-by-side action here as you see the Lancia. Very tight. Little slide for exit, and that's going to allow the Sierra to go through. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie's in trouble. Or not. Valkyrie's through. It's the Nissan, who had it worse, going to drop down to the C9. And the Mercedes goes through. Meanwhile, let's go on board the Lancia, getting past the Volvo. Next up the road, that's for position. Side-by-side action down the back straight. And also, we have a bit of trouble there. The Skyline. Not having fun out there. At this time. 316 kilometers down the Mulsanne Straight. And you say it right in there, chat. It's so crazy out here. It's like a minefield. But so far, your lead cars from each class breaking the gaps, trying to get away. Here we go, Porsche on Porsche. Martini down the inside for the mixed team there. We'll have to try again this time by for another move. Here comes Mazda and Porsche. Battle for third. Porsche, 380 kilometers. Taking over. Oh, down into the braking zone. Porsche down the inside. Side by side through the hairpin. Nothing can be done. The Porsche reclaims back. P3. A lot of spots shuffling down here. Here's another. It's a Lancia making moves. BMW. Or should I say, no, it's a Mercedes. That's a Mercedes against the Nissan. Little heated fight here. This is a great battle for P2. Try to get the rear cam there. Oh, but where is one of the three cars? Side by side, and in fact, overtaking the Valkyrie car. Look how close this is. Let's get on board with the Mercedes in the back. 3 wide, potentially. Oh, it's very close. Wisely backs out Indianapolis. This could be a big place to snipe some positions. Getting boxed, though. Trying to follow through his fellow Merc. Very tight this time by. Into the left-hander. Down the inside, the Mercedes. Can Team Valkyrie bounce back on this right-hander? Nope. That's a great move there. That's for third. Meanwhile, oh, HGE coming back now. Through the field, through the order. Over the line. So, a couple laps completed here at this Le Mans 12-hour. Is Tim in this stint? Let me double check here. So, does not look like it. I don't think I see his name on the board here. So we're going to go with no. I don't believe he is on track right now. No, we do not see him. He's not on track. But once again, this party really getting underway here. More traffic to dodge through. I think, yeah, just chat, just answering it there. So he's racing for the Valkyrie E-Racing team, but I don't think he's in the car right now. But not in the stint. Can assure you that. So continuing to hustle, some more positions being changed. There's the Volvo. Oh, trouble! That's one of the Fords in the wall! Ooh, that could be some damage, big damage there. One of the Nissans trying to file through. And the Mercedes getting on the inside. It was a slow exit from the skyline. Down the inside, side by side, through. Onto the back straight. Still neck and neck. 4 position there. Luckily that Ford did not drop back even more. Could have been in trouble there. Oh, and there's trouble. P17 overall. It's one of the Porsches facing the wrong way, reversing right off the circuit. Waiting to get back and going, and that's the right time. Meanwhile, 3-car battle here. Once again, this is your battle for P2. 3 wide. Down the Mulsanne. Who's going to be the first of the late breakers? They're coming to the hairpin section. It's a drag race. Backing off there from the middle to the outside, wanting to get a nice, lovely sweep. Can he get it done? 2 and 1. Is it twice the fun? Not this time by, but it's going to continue to be 3 wide here. Now racing in Indianapolis, it's going to be a lot more scarier. Fastest lap for P3. That's, of course, HGE coming back through the fray. So what I was saying, this Group A class, easily going to be the best for racing. These small cars, having a lot of fun out here. And we have a battle for the lead going on as well in GR5. As Walt Racing had the lead for the moment. Trading it with the Porsche. Or is this the... Sorry, that's not the Porsche. It's the Ferrari, actually. Yes, my apologies. That's the Ferrari, not the Porsche. For Team Order 98. Trying to get through. Oh, but a really bad slide there on exit. Meanwhile, your battle for second place. And what went wrong with the C9 Watt Racing that was dominating the start of this one? It's now the other 787B who leads it. Can we see a 787 1-2? Or will the Mercedes have something to do? It's the battle for the overall P2 spot. And we only have 11 hours and 40 minutes. They don't got to be doing it like this, but they are giving us a show at the start. Hard on the brakes. And Watt Racing able to hold through. Oh, and a hard slide on exit. HE continuing to go through. Your battle for the lead continues for Group 5. And that's the other C9. Losing ground and trying to get back. You see a lot of cars from that Group 5 class trying to go through. On board with a couple of them now. This is the Lancia. Once again, side by side for the lead. And as these guys continue to battle, guess who's coming through? You guessed it. It's hyperdrive. And this has to be a proper hyperdrive kind of moment here. If he can capitalize, the Ferrari takes the lead here in Group 5. Exiting through Indianapolis. Just watching the battle ahead, waiting to make his move. Just has to be patient this time. And back up to the front here. Your leader in the fastest lap to go with it. Oh, it's quickly taken down by the other Mazda. The number 176 leads us here, followed by the number 23. Then it's the 927. 3 different teams, 2 different manufacturers out this battle. A little slide there from the Mercedes. And back going. Your battle for third, or should I say second, in the GRA class. That Skyline up ahead, still looking good, still looking pretty in first. 2.7, he's going to be cheering on this fight behind him to continue, because the more they battle, it'll just slow their momentum up. Meanwhile, as we continue this one, down in the back through here, it looks to be trouble for Watt Racing. Going backwards. Yes, it's true. What went wrong? We're not too sure. But from battling for the lead, is now down a couple pegs. It's now Hyperdrive who leads us off in the GR5 class. In the back, here we see a lovely Group C fight here between... Looks like that is the Nissan and the Lancia. Side by side down the straight. Is that the Jag? I'm not too sure. It's a little close. I think that's a Jag, actually. Down the inside. Door to door. At 380 kilometers. Onto the brakes, into the Mulsanne. Round the outside, it's trouble for both of them. They both make contact with each other, and right behind to pick up the scraps. Could be a big chance at an overtake here from one of the Porsches. The MRE, number 10, the 010. And he sees the battling going down. Look how aggressive there. To the inside, potentially for a move. Nope, backing off into Indianapolis. And kind of positions just a reset back to how they were. But, battle for the lead. Traffic has approached. 3 cars at it. Oh, it's game on. My voice is already getting destroyed. We got a couple hours left to go. Here we go. So navigating traffic, that Mustang needs to get a move on, because look how slow the top 3 are. Oh, and the wiggling there. You can't complain. The Mustang, just wrong place, wrong time. Here comes HGE for P2. To the inside, squeezing is the Watt Racing Mercedes, but it cannot be done. It's a Mazda 1-2 at Le Mans. You're gonna need a great exit here. The Mercedes, can he split these two up? And from a terrible, terrible start from HGE, making it come back here. And is there trouble here? I think we might have a driver swap, or a long stop at least. One thing's for sure. Your battle for P2 and P1 as well. Look at them leapfrogging each other. Oh, and look at the speed. Look at the speed there down the inside. 400 kilometers. Taking it down the Mulsanne! 397 for the 787! What a mugging! You've just seen a robbery in broad daylight! Oh my god! From the 176 who was leading, mugged! Absolutely mugged there! Able to get first time we've seen the cars get up to that 400 kilometer per hour range. And there's trouble from the C9 as it just gets through with the customs car. One of the Skylines who leads. That must have been terrifying. Can we get him some AC Friends branded boxers there? He'll need some new ones. A terrifying moment. But one thing's for sure, back through is HGE looking for the lead, and Watt Racing returns to the lead. So gaps kind of re-enter that 1 second apart mark. And we continue racing here, just as we were. Meanwhile, the Lancia and the drag has trouble. And just getting back onto the circuit. Oh, on the throttle too early. That was the Ford. Just getting it all wrong there. Also seeing so much action going on here. "47 concurrent viewers watching on the first 30 minutes of this Le Mans Classic. Battle for the lead. HG to the inside. Drag race. And ladies and gentlemen, what a comeback. A 30-minute comeback through the field. And from a poor start in the early goings of this Le Mans Classic, now leads. Meanwhile, pits are a bit busy with the team Valkyrie getting their car served for Group C. And here comes Watt Racing to the inside and reclaiming back the move here. Keep an eye on that speed there. 380, 386, 389, 390, 395, 98, 400, 401. Just sawing a tap there. 400 kilometers door to door. We're getting into plane crash territory if something were to go wrong between them. But getting ready, setting up the hairpin section. And down the inside, Watt Racing! Having to hold on. HGE getting the move back through. Almost like he just ankled him. All over the place, could not get the power down in time. You just saw a long stop being made there, but the battle for the lead still continues. With now Watt Racing reclaiming the lead, the 787 backs off. And HG having to try again. And too wide there, very wide, but just holding on. Oh, but it's trouble. Is it in the wall? It may be. That might be in the wall there. And yes, there's damage now to the HGE car from just getting it wrong on corner exits. That's the worst thing that could happen to him so far. But wow, for that moment there, for that brief moment of racing for the lead, 3 cars fighting it out, a barnstormer. Meanwhile, Ferrari at Le Mans and leading, nothing new in the real world, just like here in Sim. And there you see your leader for Group 5 in this one, Order 98. I guess Order 98 is to lead at Le Mans. And meanwhile, your leader in Group A, having a lot of fun drifting that car there. With the 1 second gap, just chasing down. JR Customs leads Group A, and we can now relax a little bit. Or can we? Because I think that damage that HGE picked up on that last lap might be slowing him down. Might not be working the same way like it was. That, the number 176, has just tuned up the band and is going for blood here. Take a look at those deltas there, 9/10 between first and second. A second now. And 5/10 here, 5:04, 4:92. It's slowly coming down. It's not going to be enough unless he sends it down the inside. No traffic in his way. Nah, still 5/10. It's just not enough. Not enough in this one here. Pit lane continues to be busy. Now on the brakes into the hairpin. And coming out through, gap still under a second. And it's one of your closest battles on track. Here is the closest fight on circuit. This is your battle for P1. Long way to go for AFS. Having to overtake two cars if you want the lead, but one of them, the first one, could be very easy. Now, if I were him, I'd bump draft him. Yep. Mercedes working together, bump draft each other, and let's attack the Nissan. Godzilla leads. This is what I'm talking about. Lovely teamwork from the two. How much is it helping? Oh, very much. Look at the gain. Look at the gain! You don't see this kind of stuff. You see it in NASCAR. One goes through, the second goes through. Another broad daylight mugging here. And look at that! For the first time there, JR Customs loses the lead to the Mercedes duo that bump drafts each other to the lead. It's Mercedes 1 and 2, and that is teamwork from two different teams. And I think they just broke the little help there because I think they want to fight each other now. If I were them, let's keep pushing. We'll find out. Into the hairpin. My apologies. Let's get right back to that rear cam. Defending the inside, but Goliath, or should I say Godzilla, wants to get back. And Willie, a little far apart this time by. On board with the Nissan. And he's going to be thinking, fair play, but come on. He needs his Nissan buddy to come up with the other one. For Taco Motorsport just falling behind, and meanwhile, it's one of the Mercedes having an issue there and dropping down the position from that moment. And that's trouble that spills there. Just getting it wrong. Both Mercedes sliding through Indianapolis. Not working out. Meanwhile, battle for P2. And more traffic galore up the road. HG holding on to P2. 3 wide for the moment. Back going. Mulsanne to go. The hairpin. And you see there your leaders up ahead. Watt Racing in the Mercedes. Leading out Le Mans. An incredible racing here. Slowly coming down to our first hour complete of racing. Getting on the brakes, left-hander, accelerating out and got going. Nothing can be done, but maybe this traffic has a chance. Let's just go on board with one of these cars up ahead. Here we go. Just wait for it. There goes one. There goes the other. Oh my goodness. Respect to the slower class. They truly don't know where these guys are coming from. You give them space on the inside, they'll find a way to get through on the outside, and vice versa. A real war out here. Meanwhile, here we go. Battle for second. The first Mercedes has absolutely ditched his teammate, and he's gone. So now your battle for P2, and I think it's going to happen again. But this time, AFS is going to start pushing GRC. This is so hilarious. This Group A class, absolutely amazing. Number 24 is my dude. I'm so proud of him. Says in chat. I think that's one of the Fords up here. If it is, having a great battle here. Side by side with the Volvo. Just having to cut back though because missing it. But HGE has gotten the move. Are losing the move there. To the number 176 Mazda. And I don't think you can bump draft with these cars. I can give you that one for free. Trouble. And that is the rear end dragging on the floor for that Nissan. Ooh, drifting wide and holding on. Let's see some Group C bump drafting. You know, I wish. I would love to see it. But I just don't think. I just think there'll be a plane crash, but, you know, I'm down for it. If it works, it works. Why not? Give it a try. They continue to follow on board at the HGE car. 7/10 behind. More pit stops being made. Meanwhile, your battle for the lead has changed back. We didn't see it, but the bump drafting has definitely worked for JR Customs to take back the lead. AFS, absolute menaces. We thought he was going to be working with his fellow Mercedes only, but nah, he's using and abusing. That's not working out quite, because he's not in there to be in the lead. Meanwhile, that's trouble. Number 24. The Ford was battling with the Volvo. Oh, and he's lifting. I think he wants to give the position back. Very respectful racing. Meanwhile, here's another bit of racing here. Oh, it's door to door. AFS making contact with JR Customs. You just see the pace difference. It's so insane going from Group C to here. Meanwhile, Valkyrie having trouble. Then he yellow flags. But this is, of course, your battle for P1 in the Group A class. Oh, I know you're joking, but I'm not. I definitely want to see some bump drafting in Group C. But meanwhile, JR Customs dropping down to third at the end of this lap. And gaps now continue to open up. Let's go back up to a little fight here for Group C, shall we? You know, these two have to take notes from Group A. Try to bump draft. Let's see how it'll work. But peaking at 380 looks like nowhere near what the Mercedes and the Mazdas were doing. And meanwhile, speaking of one of the Mazdas, long stop underway, pushing the Porsche up to P2. And we also have Watt Racing also in the pits. The winning strategy, maybe? HGE leads now. Strategies commence. And, yeah, positions are going to continue to fold and crumble between each other. And it's at this point, it's going to get a bit harder to find out the proper overall leader. But we'll do our best. Meanwhile, MRE 5/10 the difference against the Watt Mercedes, who comes out the pits. No driver swap. On board with the Porsche here, the short tail. Slipstreaming here, keep an eye on that rev on the bottom right, the speed. Crossing 350 kilometers. A little lift off there for the moment. Back on throttle. 390 maybe touching. It's struggling here, not even getting to that 400 kilometer mark. The car ahead. Wow, doing 390 by himself. That is so interesting. The Porsche needs a tow in order to get to 390. The Mercedes can get to 390 on its own. Oof. Pretty sure this is the Kunos version of these cars too, so that's can't really call that unbalancing there, because that's how they're intended. Regardless, though, here's an interesting fact. AFS leads, and he's actually overtaken one of the Group 5 cars. There you see it. In Group C, the 176 making one of their 7 log pit stops. So already on course, getting their strategies done as soon as possible. Continuing back at this fight, though. Brand new tires for that Sauber C9. And holding on to this fight. On board. Bit of a slow exit through the Porsche curves. Not enough. I can go down there. Meanwhile, JR Customs. It's the number 61 ahead. Oh, a little bit touch and go into the grass, accelerating out into the left-hander. Right back on. Pushing very hard, looking for a position. Meanwhile, HGE comes in from the lead of this one. It'll now shuffle up the number 96 Porsche into the lead of this race, followed by Watt Racing in the number 10 MRE Porsche. And continuing through here, 9/10 behind. Trying to go through. Oh, trouble, HGE. Oh! And that's trouble at the entry to the Mulsanne Straight, probably getting it wrong on the entry. And honestly, this is one of the worst places to get it wrong, because doing it on the back straight, there's no braking zones here. You're just dropping a lot more time than normal. And you see him weaving, trying to maybe scrub off the dirt off his tires, but he just came from the pits. You know, even repairing the car, so I hope he did not just pick up some more damage as well. We have trouble. It's one of the Porsches. So far, those 0 retirements, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see any retirements coming from this race here. Getting back and going, though. So happy to see him getting back in racing. Meanwhile, oh, there's damage. Oh, there's lots of damage. There's your driver's eye there. What happened to the number 96 car? Whatever the case may be, there's a lot of damage on that one. And probably he's going to be taking it straight to the pit lane at the end of this lap. So let's go on board. And no, staying out. So I guess you can see through the damage. Albeit it's not too bad. Your battle for the lead, however, coming down. JR Customs alongside, heading into Indianapolis. Just dropping off the lead. Pulling to the outside, wanting to get this move done. Neck and neck between the two. And around the outside, little touch on the dirt, sliding it! Holding on to it! That might be move of the race so far! Can he hold on though? Oh my god, it's an adventure there! Drifting it around the outside, taking the lead. No, he's got it wrong, touches the grass again. The Mercedes down the inside, taking back the lead. Meanwhile, as this goes down, keep an eye on AFS to make a comeback in this one. So close between them. Look at that, dancing to the inside, a bit into the grass. Squeezed, absolutely squeezed there. Side by side. Mercedes back in front. Oh, 2 wheels off from AFS in the back. Wow, so close between them. And meanwhile, there you see the Jag going through this incredible fight for the lead of this one. Cannot get much better racing than this. GRA giving us historically accurate racing indeed. Gonna set it better myself, AFS now. Is it time to work together to get back through? Or is this an overtake? The S section through the Tête Rouge. And now into the kink. Onto the back straight. Now let's see, any more slipstreaming potentially? Any more bump drafting? Let's find out. Any chance of it? Yep. Bump drafting now. Let's look at the car ahead. Oh, look at this overspeed. The overspeed once again. And that darn AFS Mercedes. Using and abusing. He goes to the outside. In the lead for the moment, JR Customs, second back, it's contact! Oh! Contact is made on the back straight, and AFS taken out! Absolutely huge drama! Here comes the Valkyrie team. Doesn't see any car for the moment, will see a slow Mercedes somewhere on the inside. Just going through is the BMW. But no, 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 no! That is the worst thing that could happen there in AFS. As the demons caught up to him in that bit of contact. What went down? I'm watching back the stream for myself so I can figure it out. Really couldn't catch it. I don't think JR Customs hooked him. Nah, I think the Mercedes just turned in. Yeah, that Nissan was holding his line. That Mercedes trying to block, and unfortunately, it just went sour. And that is absolutely insane. Is there any damage? Bad damage, I should say. Oh, it looks good on the interior. Maybe the hood is kind of flapping there in the wind. Yeah, it definitely is. But unfortunately, it's now going to leave us down to a 2-car fight for the lead of this one. But that is an absolute shame here. And that is a shame. Yeah, and I agree, chat there. Yeah, we only have one angle, at least from stream side. But, oh, a little slide there. It just looks like he kind of turned in on the JR Custom nose. I could be wrong. Just my observation of the incident. However, it'll be up to the stewarding room. And we'll figure out what they do about it. If they do something about it. But in the meantime, lovely racing still left to go in this one. And we're heading down to the 11-hour mark. We've already completed almost 1 full hour of racing. And after 1 hour of racing, we're going to have basically done maybe 20 laps complete? Maybe 18 laps? And here we go to the inside. Meanwhile, look at that BMW in the back. Wanted to get a move through. On board with him, door to door, contact made. Nissan trying to fight through, holding on. Meanwhile, just able to go through is the Beamer. And, oh, there's trouble. The Nissan. And he lost out, getting lapped as well in the process. Hate to see it there, but trouble for him. And here goes that BMW, leaves this battle. We continue for the fight for P1 in the GRA class. And tucking in. Where do we see a move? Very close between them. And look at the pedals. I don't know if that's a way to save fuel, or he just doesn't want to make the move yet, and he wants to make it at the hairpin. We'll find out. When is he going to put that throttle down? Because if it's fuel saving, fair play. Oh, he was definitely not fuel saving. Looking for the last possible opportunity for an overtake here at the hairpin. Did it pay off? Door to door. Round the outside, the Mercedes trying to hold on. No room, door is shut. And JR Customs holds on to the lead of this one. But now the Mercedes, another opportunity as they head into Indianapolis. This one, you just want to send it at this point, because there's not many overtakes to get done. And that's exactly what the number 61 is going to do. JR Customs holding on to the outside. If he can hold on to the inside for the next part, cannot do so. And the JR Customs car having to settle for P2. But it's still great racing between them. Will not fault that. Little slide on exit there. And back going. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream there in chat. This is, of course, round 6 of the ACF CR 2025. To the inside here. Ooh, a lot of lock up there. And you also see that's the leader. I believe, is that the leader? Well, it's not the current leader, actually. He's in P2. Well, as a leader, where we saw him from one point. Hello in chat there. It's very tight between these two cars here as the Ferrari goes through from P2. No battling we're seeing anywhere here from the Group C class, unfortunately. They've kind of slowed down a bit between each other. As well as Group 5. I mean, we have not seen any Group 5 racing for a long time. And yes, this is on Assetto Corsa, the original Assetto Corsa from 2014. And with the power of mods, you can achieve some stellar gameplay here. And yeah, thank you so much, my favorite commentator. It is an honor. Meanwhile, I said we weren't getting any battles from the Group C class, and I might be proven wrong. Because here comes the Lancia challenging the Mercedes. Number 465 ahead. And nothing can be done there. This is your battle for P6 overall. A lot of traffic up ahead. There's a hyperdrive car. BMW. Gonna get very gnarly between this part here as both of the Group C cars dance their way around that Group 5 machine. Now, how do you participate? I would love to. Yeah, for sure. Let's see if an admin can help you there. But it's all coming down to joining the Discord. We'll see if we can get you a link. Stay put just for a second here. We'll see if we can get an admin to help you out there. But yeah, once you join, you have to start off in one of their test races after signing up. As you see down the inside, the Lancia goes through for position. Valkyrie, that's your driver in the lead, having trouble. We also have more trouble for one of the Fords. Facing the wrong way. A lot of cars going through there. And getting going. Is it in the description? I don't think we have a description on the stream. Yeah, we don't. Let me see if I can find one here. Let me throw you an invite. But great racing so far here. But yeah, once you become a trainee, then you can join in on the action here. Meanwhile, position side by side between the Mercedes and the Lancia. Here we go. Found the link for you there. So you can just join that one there. Just sending the link in chat for ACF. Join that, and oh, trouble there for the Mercedes. We also have Taco Motorsport finding some trouble in the Nissan. Getting going. But yeah, join that link up. Locate the driver profile page. Follow that, enter your name, your GUID, location, and a couple other questions. And admins will get back to you. And yeah, you can join these kind of races with your buddies or you can form up with a team with some others in here. As we continue this race, this 12-hour event here, 7/10's the difference for this battle for P2. And here's a new fight. Team Valkyrie in the BMW having a chance to challenge JR Customs. Let's see how this one turns out here. BMW against Nissan. The first time we're seeing these two properly clash here. And it's a long straight before he gets up there to the front. I see more classes just fighting in the background here. Continuing on here now. 1.2. Nissan pulling away on this straight here. We also have another fight here. 3/10 the difference. And into the braking zone. There you see the Aston Martin trying to go through. Just about able to. The Ford trying to fight through. This was your Ford that was leading at one point, but just kind of crumbling down throughout this one. But we have officially passed it. The first hour of 12. That's still a very long way to go. But we're in it. We're here for a while. I'll be here for the next few hours, that's for sure. I'm not too sure if we have another commentator lined up. We'll let you know. I might be the only one here for today. And I'll be, of course, doing this first part for the next few hours. Then we'll be heading over to start our league at Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. Those are a lot shorter races. 45 minutes of racing, GT3s. And of course, the commentator on that side in CMRC. But a little collaboration going between ourselves and ACF using these fantastic GT3 mods. But you know what? One day we got to use these cars. They're absolutely fantastic. And as we continue this one, especially Group A, I've really been in love with that one so far. That's been pretty awesome. That racing's been absolutely spectacle. A real spectacle of racing. But continuing on here, Group C, unfortunately, it just, not much battles going on here. Sadly. We want to see some more fights, but just not this time, not yet. Following through, we do have a lovely battle here, Group 5. This is your battle for the last position spots. And we also have, apparently a Lancia. That's not the right Lancia. You're not. Oh, he's taking him out. Oh, he's making contact with him. Oh, no. Coming back at the worst moment there. The Valkyrie BMW just died. Oh, that is trouble. The AFS Lancia. Oh, and there's even more trouble here. For one of the Porsches. It's all crumbling down. Oh no, that first incident though. What went wrong? The Lancia, I don't know. Did he get mad that I made that joke? I was saying that he's the wrong Lancia. You're rallying in a prototype. I think got triggered there and just absolutely bulldozed the poor Valkyrie BMW. Oh, and that is absolute. That is, I don't even know what to make of that. You only had one angle of it. Maybe the BMW kind of turned in a little too early. Maybe the Lancia thought he was able to go through, but that's drama. That is drama. And it's kind of set off a lot of fireworks here because now Group C has got some battles here. This is your battle for 7th. Through to Indianapolis, there's trouble up ahead. Once again, the Lancia. Just getting it all wrong here. But able to come back through, slipstreaming on the rear end. And here we go, side by side. Getting the move done, a little bit of a squeeze. Mazda able to go through the Ford. I don't think there was contact there. It didn't look like it. But that Ford sent off the circuit. Now the Mercedes off there and having to rejoin safely, and he does so. That was a little scary there, though. Oh! Down to outer space is going to a different postal code. And the AFS Lancia out of the session, it looks like, for the moment. And he was like, nah, I'm traveling back to the future. Or should I say back to the present. He's done with 1985. He wants to go back to 2025. He's gone. I don't think it's a pit stop. Let's hope that is not our first retirement of the day. Really hope it isn't. That would be huge. That would be so unfortunate. Hitting the Alt F4 maybe. Regardless, if it is our first retirement, that is a massive upset. Just went wrong in one lap. Regardless though, 10 hours, 51 minutes left to go in this race. And I'll be here until we get past the halfway mark in this race. So you'll have me for quite a while longer. But we are loving it here. This is some incredible action. We're loving it here. Meanwhile, pit lane continues to be busy, and good news, that AFS car is back. So it definitely did not look like a pit stop. I think it was a genuine disconnection from the session. And that is the last thing you wanted. Last thing you need. Either way, though, continuing in this one. And continuing to race hard. And are there any... There's yellows. And that is... Oh, that is brutal. The amount of damage on that Porsche. Continuing. Oh, yeah. That doesn't look good. The opposite of good. Limping. Luckily able to keep driving, though. Let's go on board. Is there any bent steering potentially? No, there isn't, so it just looks like it's cosmetic at the moment. Just the exterior. Meanwhile, an overtake here coming down now as Watt Racing losing the position. The number 176 Mazda. Meanwhile, the 108, the Jag, fighting through here. And looks like into the pits now comes the Jag. And let's just see what it's like taking a pit stop here. 80 kilometers in the pit lane. Looking for the box. Entering in. And that is now time to get work now on the car. So a long pit stop here for them. You see the timing. Little box on the left-hand side as it continues to get service done on his car. Any battles on track? Unfortunately not this time around, so we can kind of sit back, relax, and just take a listen to some of these cars as they come around this fantastic circuit here. Oh, but yellow flags could still come down, and that is exactly what has happened to one of the Fords. And got going. AFS, though. That's interesting. The AFS team has got a long stop complete. Did they come around and come back into the pits? Because I don't remember them getting back into the session and then driving around into the pits. Or maybe I did miss out. Regardless, though, we have reached this temporary point. It's a bit quiet here on the stream, on track, where everyone's now just running around here, putting down some laps and starting to work on getting to the car ahead, unless you are the leaders, and in that case, you just want to escape. So far, the Mercedes of What E Racing currently leads us off. I think currently driven by Sasha here. And a great drive out of this one. And the next leader, the GR5 class, the number 13, which is actually the Valkyrie number 59, just not coming through, Gunnar. And then following through in P18, which is also P1, the Mercedes. The number 61, Tega AVM, driven by Leventi. So, those are standings there. I did see for the moment one of the, well, it doesn't look like it anymore. One of the GR5s were pretty close to each other for the moment. Number 176 in the pit lane. You can see him just going past your screen there, but there is your leader. Who's just coming around there. P2, 21 seconds behind. With P1, you see 16 seconds behind. This is actually entering into the pits, so that's going to change. And 7 seconds behind, JR Customs from a P1 slot here, the number 061. So very tough racing out here. 10 hours, 45 minutes left to go. And we're just hunting down, looking for the next fight to take on here and check out. If you are enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that subscribe button, like the stream if you haven't already. Channel almost at 1,000. I mean a lot. If you can hit that subscribe button. So, continuing on in this race. Couple battles going on here, and would you know? Couple fight right here. That Ford, though, not in this one. But AFS, who unfortunately had trouble getting into contact with the very car ahead. This could get a little interesting. Let's find out. A little bit into the grass, just trying to get past the Ford, who not on the lead lap, so has to respect the blue flags. And now, we have a little fight on our hands here. Remember, not too long ago, about 20 minutes ago, I think it was, contact between these two drivers sent AFS spitting out, taken out. But now, back and going for it. Can it be a clean overtake, no contact made? Yes, it is. JR Customs just backing off there. Letting that go through. That Ford getting very feisty. Oh. Very dicey on-corner exit. And a lot of teams getting their mandatory long stops. But, ooh. Is that yeah, that is. Somebody in the wall there, one of the Porsches. Ooh, harsh slide there in the rear. Let's just catch up. There we go. That's actually your leader. Going off the circuit and losing out the lead. And, oh, it's another spin. From leading the GR5 to now down in second. 2 seconds behind. Side-by-side battle as well. Two BMWs together, fighting hard as they head to Indianapolis. They're going to meet with this fight very soon. The Nissan wide in the grass. Car control holding on. A lot of different battles going through here. And who is that behind? That is P4. So, a lot of traffic through this part. Last one we want to see is a bit of contact, so let's see. Hold our breaths here. They can come out alive. Different classes altogether. Very messy. This part of the circuit. It's also the Mazda P9. It's trouble there, GR Customs. Holding on, a little bit of contact there. Very tough position, rightfully so. JRC to the pits. Get out of there. Very scary. Just went down there. Meanwhile, both of these Beamers nowhere near that action. But, ooh, that was, ooh. Interesting. What just happened there? Did he just pull off the circuit? Let's go into our drone here for the moment. Looks like it. Yeah, that's the end of the straight. And we just saw him disconnect there, one of the Valkyrie cars. I'm not too sure what that's all about, if he's going to come back with a long stop, but that looked like he just manually pulled off the circuit. I'm not too sure what went down there. Nonetheless, though, we're still racing with the rest of the pack. So as we continue to race here, it's still getting very, very tight between the pack here. As for now, though, it has opened up. Just that little bit, though. And now as we continue this fantastic fight here. Our leader, Watt Racing, in the pits for their mandatory long stop. though. Pit lane, especially for that Group C class. A lot of them in there. And Valkyrie's back. That's good. So I'm going to keep an eye and make sure that's not a long stop, because then I'm not too sure why I did register the last time. I did see a long stop there, but we'll find out. Now getting to that point where not many battles really going down here. Majority of the battling kind of stopped. And, ooh, getting a bit close here. You're on board here with the driver in P2 in the Group 5 class. Here's your leader now, HGE, in Group C. Just exiting out there. Well, let's go through a couple dynamics here between classes. Oh no! JR Customs! Spinning out! Just on the exit of Indianapolis, that looks like. That is not what you want to see there. For one of the teams battling for the overall win. Getting back going, that's crucial. And still going. GRC Valkyrie, yeah, getting the long stop done. Back going. Second long stop of 7, so interesting. Interesting strategies going down here. And the Group C Watt Racing number 23 car. Not to get confused with the Group C Watt Racing Jag. Just going past our screens there. Next through is the BMW. Just passing through, and there is your leader coming into the pits. 27 laps complete. Now number 2, 3, 4 also in the pits. A lot of curve there from that Ford. As the Porsche, the short tail, trying to get past. And, well, we have him. Your new leader. So let's take you through a lap here. I'm going to keep my mouth shut so you can just listen to this car shine through as it passes through a lot of traffic. And you're going to see the back straight. It's going to get a lot of fun. So just coming to the end of this lap, short shifting the 5th gear, heading into the Porsche curves. Fitting for this car as well. Into the rights and left-handers. Left-hander, double right-hander this time by. More trouble for JR Customs. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Look at the hood there bouncing. And whoever's under the wheel there, just not comfortable with the car at all. Not too sure what's going on there, but just a couple of mistakes going on. We also saw the Valkyrie car also had some yellow flags come out. He's still going. So nothing to worry about there. And so as we continue here, you saw there a lap from the number 96. And that was a lap time there of a 3:09.80. Fastest lap for him, of course, 3:08. Fastest lap overall to 3:06.844. So, not quite on the pace for this stint. But nonetheless, though, he continues to lead off until pit stops and long stops start to come through. Or a couple more of the drivers. Get cozy. We have a long race left to go here. And here are two class leaders at one point in this one. Of course, this Ferrari very early on, and of course JR Customs. There you go, just passing there. Getting it done easy as you like. And that was actually 4th position overall. So Ferrari having to do some work coming back. You just heard in the background one of the Mazdas, so let's just go on board and let's see how scary this is gonna look. Like you're on the Autobahn, just flying past there. There you see this driver's eye POV of what these drivers are seeing right now. And, oh, whoa! Very close there. Oh my goodness! The Mustang losing the rear. And getting going. Thankfully. No harm done there. Just a bit of a lockup, but you just see the pace difference, right? How close it gets. And you see that Ferrari going a little bit wide there. Lock up. Got back going. Accelerating out into straight here. Getting up to the Porsche curves. What a race so far. Ooh, trouble there, hitting the wall. Got back going. Porsche curves, little hiccup there. Little scary moment, but still racing. The lead gap there, you see, 36 seconds. I think EPS number 96 still needing to come in eventually. Once they do, you're going to see that official gap, which might be, let's see, 3:21.1 from MRE. Well, maybe just over 10 seconds. That's about right. And the GRC AFS having some trouble. That's, of course, the Lancia. Gotten and going. JR Customs, more trouble, this time on the front straight. And going again. Man, that is a shame. What's going on there in that car? It's not getting it right. Not working out at all. We do have a battle on our hands, though. Between the Ford and the Porsche. Let's go on board and let's chase him down. Oh, listen to that sound. So gaining here on the brakes. Just exiting out the picture, though. 1.2 the difference, just behind. We have two very angry Group C cars coming through. The Ford gonna have to stick to the outside. Respect, though, to that Porsche. Just no contact made there. But of course, both of these two, completely different positions, completely different laps between each other. Well, they're still going to be following each other through. At one point, though, they were fighting for position. But once again, the strategy is coming together now. Long pit stops being made in this one. So continuing on here, 10 hours, 23 minutes. We're going to come down to the final 10 hours of this race with 10 hours left to go. And we have another battle here. I say battle, but the Ferrari in a completely different class will make do in just a moment. Just giving it some time. There's trouble, though. That's the leader. Oh, trouble. The leader in Group 5. Hitting the wall there. Get back going. Losing out a lot of time. And here come those BMWs, mainly the one in P2 in the Group 5 class. That's going to be music to his ears. To hear that go down, more trouble. Is it? No, I thought it was both classes there for the moment. So going now. A Volvo. And so here we go. As we continue here, Watt Racing 1.2. Still kind of hovering on that gap. Let's go in the rear cam of the Porsche here, the Martini. Keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye until we get to the end of the lap, unless we see any drivers going off the circuit. They head into Indianapolis. So you just see continuing to chase on now. What's chat saying? Grab someone off the street to drive at this point. Oh no, these drivers practicing day and night for these long races. But you see the gap there, it is closing up just that bit more from watching. 0.6. And the Ford getting closer now. So at this point, just needs to force an error. Once he can do that, then we'll have a real fight on our hands. And the back straight might do it just with the slipstream alone. And here we go, on the Mulsanne. Nose to tail here on the slipstream. Wanted to get the inside earlier, but that Watt Racing Mercedes going through side by side. The long hunt for the Ford. Finally, an opportunity. Valkyrie will take it 3 wide, going through into the kink. Still door to door between the two. As we get to the end of the straight, is it enough? Well, we'll go down here. And as he got it, no, too deep, way too deep. And mixed team getting back through the position. And it resets. It's still Porsche versus Ford. We're going to continue with this fight. They have all the TV screens, all the lights shining down on this fight right here. GRA 040. AC chat. So Florian driving the 040. GRA. We'll cut to that in just a moment here. But now 1.2, just opening up a bit. Trying to break that gap. That's the most important part. Let's go on board. So definitely losing out on this lap here. Second long pit stop made for order 98. It's just dropping out some time. Let's go look through it there. The number 40 here. What's chat saying? I have no idea how this thing works. Found this because of a YouTube suggestion, but it does look really cool. Well, I'll explain it to you. This is AC Friends. It's one of the oldest leagues coming around here that's still running to this day. A lot of roots in before COVID years. And AC Friends is all about endurance racing in the modern day. You're going to have your hypercars, your GT3s, GT4s, and some of the biggest races of the year, including the Daytona 24, Le Mans 24. We have Spa. And of course, the famous one, the Nürburgring 24, their Super Bowl, if you will, their World Cup final. That's their biggest race of the year. Trouble, however, from the Nissan, got going, and right behind is your leader there from HGE. We'll stick with him for a bit. But one of the oldest standing leagues. Endurance racing, they are the best endurance racing league in Assetto Corsa. You will not find a better endurance league. Proper driver swaps. The officiating is incredible. If you want to get a part of this action, I think in the live chat, there is a Discord link to join the AC Friends Discord. It's not as easy as joining the Discord and then just getting into a race. That is not how they work. There are thousands and thousands of people who are in this community. Very few can get a part of it. It's not about being quick. It's just about making a commitment and finding some friends to join you in race. But yeah, if you do love the action, though, at least hit us a subscribe button as we're on course for 1,000 here on the ACF channel. I'm not an official commentator here all the time. I'm here from time to time. My name is Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. I'm on a league that also races every Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And a little love shared throughout the sim racing community. That's what we call it. Chat saying, I got punted by a Group C car. I have seen a fair share of Group C punts in this one so far. It's definitely pretty naughty out there. I'll say that much. Chat saying, in case anyone is wondering, you can indeed do a full lap in a Group A with only 3 liters of fuel. It was just very slow. 3 liters of fuel? How do you even do that? How much lifting and coasting did you have to do to make it to the line? Meanwhile, position was just made there. Just swapping some spots here. Meanwhile, guess the action is back again. Guess who? It's the Ford against the Porsche again. Another opportunity. I'm not really an online player, to be fair, but it's cool to watch it. I did gain some interest over Group C recently, so yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah, for sure. Personally, I'm very much a historian for motorsport in general. Like, I love the history of motorsports. Cars are one thing. I'm more of a track kind of person. I love the evolution of circuits. As you see, action kind of going on. That is one of the Ferraris there. And that's actually, was that one of the leaders there? I'm not too sure. But yeah, no, Group C is amazing. Like, for example, for me, I just love seeing the evolution of Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Some more trouble going on. You know, I can't even finish a sentence. Oh my God! Oh my God, he's on his roof! He was on his roof there, entering into Indianapolis! Oh my goodness! I know there's one person in chat who is going to look at that and just smile, but holy moly. Okay. Well, you see in chat, lots of coasting, didn't want to TP to the pits to get the penalty, of course. I'm sure you definitely didn't want to be that guy there. Oh my God. What? Who? Where? Why? How? I don't know how that just happened. But yeah, just if I could get a single sentence in here to just have my opinion out here. I just love the evolution of circuits. I love seeing, you know, you see the modern day of this circuit and you just see what it used to look like. This is the 1985 layout and all the cars that did race in that time period. So it's just so fascinating to see. It's my favorite thing. So I totally get it. If you don't want to race and you just want to be a fan and watch these cars, I do not blame you. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. If you want to see some GT3 racing a little later today in a couple hours, you'll hear myself commentating if you're not already annoyed from my voice. Yeah, but lifting and coasting to the pits, that is incredible. Props to you. Chat saying, got info, the 990 car somehow clipped something and flew mid-air. Oh, wow. That was not an ad. What are you talking about? But, dang, wish we saw the whole thing live. What would have been better is just timing to my pits better. Yeah, that's true. But in a long race like this, you're is that a Ferrari in the pits? What? Was that just me that saw that? The Ferrari parked like that? I'm not too sure, but here we go. Here comes the Ford. To the outside. On the Porsche here. Oh, touching the grass there. Yep, knew it. Oh! Can he save it? Just about away from the wall. I wish it was able to keep the overtake going, because that would have been my overtake of the year. Unfortunately, could not hold on. He's sleeping. Don't wake him up. No, I won't wake him up. Oh! Who was that? That's one of the Group C cars. This Ford, no brake at all. Trying to get through the traffic. Meanwhile, another little battle here. The AFS car dropping down a position. And Order 98 going through. But yes, as we continue here in this one, oh, look at this. It's every single class all together again. On the ball, San. An 8/10, 9/10 there. With the HDR car here for... Ooh, trouble, actually. Hold on. That's one of the Porsches in the wall, eating guardrail for breakfast. Gonna get that one moving here. Look at the steering inputs. That thing is going all over the place. What in the world? Look at the steering, bottom right. Oh, wow. Is that a controller player? That's a controller player! Trying to hold on, is it? Whatever it is, this is a Ross Chastain technique. I've seen wall riding in NASCAR at Martinsville. I've not seen something quite like this at Le Mans. But there's clear trouble going on. He's just stuck onto the wall. What's going on? He's eating the wall here. What is this? Oh no, that might be bad. Car coming up fast here. I say fast, it's a Volvo. Oh! Is he backwards? You can't park there, sir. You might need to take it to the pits. Oh, he's going. Is he? This... Oh no! Oh no! Oh! No! Two Group C cars going past at a rate of knots. Yeah, definitely broken suspension, but he's dedicated. They gotta give him props. And we're gonna give him all his moments. Hustling, making it into the pits, but the last thing you need is an incident. And I think the stewarding room will be like telling him to just teleport to the pits, just take the penalty. You know, the danger. Oh my. There's a fire even on the rear. Cannot afford a penalty, maybe. Still going. I really don't like the sight of this right now. I mean, like, so far, hasn't hit anyone. I don't know how he got this one, but we're willing him on, man. We are willing you on. P17 overall. And you're going to see he's going to get some yellow flags here. The number 96, seeing a Porsche in the grass and figuring out what in the world did I just see. May have had to take a double take. But come on. Get it to the pits. That's what we want to see here. Ah. Well, it was a good run there. But unfortunately... Yeah, all good things must come to an end, but that was the right thing to do. Just, there was no chance, there was no way that car could just make it to the pits. It would have been impressive, but it just would have been better. Teleport to the pits, take the penalty, and continue racing. Well, that's out the way. Was that by any chance the same car that we found upside down? Does anybody want to do an adventure and check the stream? See if that is the case. It's not a controller player, by the way. I'm pretty sure that was controller. That's my car. Oh, man. Well, I really hope you can get some repairs on that and get right back going. Fastest lap for HGE, a 3:06.172. Great timing. 10 hours and 2 minutes left to go here at Le Mans. And more trouble, AFS. And yes, it is the same car. I had a feeling. Wow. Wonder if it's the same driver too. I really want to know what he just went through then. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for just doing a bit of exploring there. That is crazy to see that go down. Now, unfortunately, I think we have officially lost some names, so rest in peace here for the GR5, the Team VIR, and the GRA car for HGE. 3 minutes it'll take to repair, huh? Best of luck there. Order 90. Ooh, trouble. Order 98, the Ferrari. Off circuit. Back going. Oh, just getting off here, cutting the corner, trying to just get out the way for the 2 cars behind. Meanwhile, the Lancia also having trouble, same spot. Going again. Renee in the Rusty's 828. And here we go. We're going to see that Mercedes come out right about now. Really wish for the Team Rusty's we can get maybe a little inspired Rusty's medicated bumper ointment livery. Wouldn't mind seeing that very soon, if we could ever get that. But so far, 2 retirements after 2 hours. A lovely little drift there. Now what you need to try to keep up, but still pushing hard in these vintage tires here. But so far, bit of now we're once again back in a little bit of a purgatory here of waiting for some action to go down. And so we see a little drift there. I think this just means we should watch a lap here from the number 96. So let's go on board. I say that. Is that a position swap? Ah, it is. So just a moment. We'll come back. The 2 Ferraris, unlike in F1, are actually working together right now, trying to get themselves back up. However, similar to the Ferrari in F1 of this year, and not really making much progress here. Currently sitting towards the rear of their class, but we're now under the 10 hours. So 10 hours, anything can and will happen. It's a motorsport after all. It's the most unpredictable one out there. But as promised, let's go back. Let's continue the lap as we continue on to the back straight. I'll keep my mouth shut. Enjoy the noises here. So through Indianapolis in the Porsche, looking very sweet. Of course, sitting in P3 at the moment, overall as well. As we continue this race here, once again, no on-track battles to watch for, so this is my favorite question that I love to ask. Of course, hello? That's trouble. Saw some smoke for the moment. Getting back on track. Taco Motorsport. Here comes your leader, though, HGE. Most of the viewers here are drivers in this race. So, if you maybe just had a stint, if you're going into a stint very soon, or if it's possible, let us know. Give us a team update in chat. We'll read it out here, and we'll take a look at you and the team on track here. But if you could, let us know how the team's doing. How's the race going for you? Is it working out for you so far? Any trouble you had to face any early on, or is it smooth sailing? Or you can let us know your personal experiences so far in this race. Would love to hear it. Obviously, you guys have done a fantastic job of practicing for these endurance events, and to get to this stage, I mean, you guys have, what, 10 hours left to go of racing. It's tough. It's very tough. Just saw that the GRA Taco Skyline that just went off had a drive-through. Just finished taking that. So once again, what an incredible race. This has truly been 2 hours in. It has slowed down quite a bit. Everybody in their own race at this point. If you are enjoying the action, make sure to hit that subscribe button. But we look on board with your leader overall, HGE. And that's a car. Hope I don't pronounce this wrong. Is one of the Group C cars going off the circuit. Maybe running into the rear of the GRA car, but Francesco in the HG car leading away. In this race here. See some of the gaps there. They're pretty insane. Watt Racing now in the pits. HG is just going to build up a bigger gap. The number 96 may be able to get up to second place now because of the Watt Racing pit stop. Or actually, is that the case? Yes, it is. So up to P2 for the number 96 Porsche. With chat saying, curse of the Ferrari badge. Everything that can happen, happened. Very true. And there's still a long way to go. More will happen. More will definitely happen. And HGE in the pits, of course. They're now doing their driver swap. We'll see how long it takes. This is actually a pretty fun experiment now, because we'll see if the number 96 could take the lead and see how long a long stop is. AFS trouble. Got going. Oh, JR Customs. Once again. Going after running off the circuit there. And on its merry way. So HG back on the session, excuse me, and sitting in the pits here. 40 laps complete. Are we going to get to 100 easily, right? But just done with the Mulsanne straight. Heading for Indianapolis for the number 96. Holy voice crack. My voice is running out slowly. That's where water comes in. A little swig of that and you're good. I'll admit the voice cracks have not been the best from me over my time as commentating. It happens to the best of us though. Still in the pits though, HG. What's the gap looking like? Porsche curves coming up. And still your leader in the pits. And just looking at it, a lovely crowd out here at Le Mans. It would be awesome to see the 787. Oh, trouble. And that is a Porsche. That sounds very odd. Getting back going. Still. Wait, now he's coming out. Here we go. HG. Down and going. And look at that slide on exit. Game on. So, gap is close now between the two. So you just see how long a pit stop really is. Thank you for the commentary, best commentator. But you just see how long the pit stops are. And the comparison, I mean, you can complete 3/4 of a lap and you'll be right there for the taking. I think we've just figured out that Ferrari in the middle of the pit lane problem. It was the streaming car. That's good. Just sorted that out. So no Ferrari blocking the pits there. I did find it strange why there was a Ferrari, but turns out it was the stream car. So very weird. I'm not driving anywhere. Regardless, though, still a great showcase here. Ooh, little drift there on the curb, back going. And still in this one, 7 seconds now, 7.2. We finally got that delta to update. Are we out for blood here yet? Not quite yet. Over the curb, exiting out, accelerating now into the right-hander. Want to get a bit more sliding. But 6.8. Gap is coming down, so the driver swap. Maybe this is just better for APS. So EP Sportswagen Technic hustling along, driven by Alexander. Gap is 3.5. Going down like crazy. It's not the driver, it's traffic. You just seen how many cars he has to go through. It's not over yet. 2.6 seconds on board. Your battle for the lead coming up very soon. Meanwhile, trouble for JR Customs. Getting it wrong. All right. You got to navigate this one quick. And respect from the Ford to get right out the way. Helping out. Unfortunately, though, it's gone up to 4 seconds with that one. And it may even get bigger. We're going to get a lovely tow here from HGE. And this is exactly what he wants, to escape the clutches of Alexander closing in. Right now, Francesco just wants to get away as soon as possible. 1.5. Going back now. Porsche closing up. But unfortunately, you see how far he is because of that slipstream. But here we go. Under the braking zone now. 2.5. Who's the faster driver between these two? Incident. Trouble. Teleporting into the pits, maybe. From that one, GRC also doing their long stop, looks like. This is turning out to be the closest battle we are going to get on circuit here, and it's the best one, because it's the battle for the lead. The battle for P1. A real fight on our hands here, and Alexander not playing around. The number 96 Porsche here. Well, here we go. Is there a chance? A massive one, if it's gonna go down here. Car up ahead, slow car. Mercedes gets right off the road, in fact. Making it easier as they go through the Porsche curves. Another one off. Looks like that was Taka Motorsport. But still, nose to tail, the car in the middle. Disappearing, apparently. Nowhere to be seen anymore. 5/10 the difference. Into the Ford chicanes. Slow car up ahead for the 787 overtake. Massive run from the Porsche. Your battle for the lead of this Le Mans 12-hour to the outside. You also see JR Customs just exiting the pits there. Here we go. Chance on the inside. There's a car! Outer space going flying in the background. Landing there. There's a lot of lag from that car behind. That was a sight to behold there. Here we go. Back straight. 3/10. Battle for the lead. The overall lead. Looking for the move to take the lead here at Circuit de la Sarthe. When will it be done? Gaining. And just dodging through traffic. More lag in the background. That could spell some trouble. See, just lagging all over the place. Gotta check your ping there, sir. Here we go. Another car going past. That's the Volvo. 7/10. That Mazda just set up perfectly for this back straight. Over the crest. and into the Mulsanne. The hairpin section. Big slide. Able to recover, but dropping some crucial time. On board. With the man chasing down P1. Through Indianapolis. Your leader goes through. P2 are on board. Follows right behind. Into the right-hander here. Through the Porsche curves. 3/10 the difference. Another battle. AFS also closing up. Yellow flags coming in from GRC, but we can't look away now. It's your overall battle for the lead. Sliding. As they now head to the Ford chicanes. This is where the Porsche is just way quicker. We'll see how it looks this time by. On exit, is there a potential chance to the outside? Whoa! Contact was there? Or was that just a bad exit? That's interesting. Don't know if there was contact. Doesn't look like there's damage on the rear end. One thing's for sure. Number 96 is in the lead. Albeit, I wish it was a much more of a closer overtake, but maybe HGE just putting the power down a little too early. And coming into contact with the wall. I don't think there was contact, car to car. The leader's gone, 3.3. Ori escaping. So, a fun battle there to chase down. And your new race leader, 43 laps complete here at Le Mans. So as we continue this one here, looking for our next big battle to watch. Maybe Watt Racing may have a word because that team's coming. Look at the lag, though. That is... I don't know if Race Direction's looking at that, but they need to. That is very dangerous. The car is just teleporting everywhere. Whoever's in that car, the ping is just not okay. MRE chasing down the other Watt racing car in the Jag. There's a second Porsche on board. Just gaining down the Mulsanne straight to the inside. Side by side. And getting that one simply done. Simply lovely. Meanwhile, the C9 gonna meet up with HGE. A lovely little a rivalry that we saw 30 minutes into this race. How is this gonna look here? Just exiting through. Into the Ford chicane. And you just see that Mazda just not as quick. through the Ford chicane, dropping some time. 317 against a 310. Insane gap difference. Meanwhile, yellows come out for the Valkyrie. There are also yellows coming out for the car behind the BMW in the GRA class. Currently P4. Back to this fight here for P2. That HE is struggling. Whoever's in the car really just losing focus, maybe on a different strategy, trying to save fuel, maybe trying to save a whole extra stop. These are all decisions that you make now. We'll find out. 3 long pit stops made from the 276 car. Chance at the inside and getting that one done. So P2 for what? Racing. But can HGE come back at it? Yes, he can. Kink to the inside. Hairpin time. Neck and neck. Does Wall Racing go for it around the outside? Very close between the two. And no overtake. Gotta love the classics. One of the best eras of prototype racing, 100%, including the sound. You cannot get cars sounding better than this. Outside maneuver now. Got very cloudy all of a sudden. Got the move done though. Can the Mazda come back? No, he cannot. So that done and dusted there. And the second Wall Racing car, possibly challenging MRE again. We will find out soon. So far, a great bit of racing. Now 9 hours, 34 minutes left to go. And look at that, there's trouble there. As the Wall Racing car just maybe having trouble with traffic. It's now reset the positions. Oh, there's trouble! Oh, no contact! As the Ford was trying to get out the way, I think both of them just reacted by going the same direction. One wanting to let through the other one. Well, that is trouble there. Bad to worse for HGE on this stint. But meanwhile, Wall Racing is struggling as well. It's not a 3-car battle for position, but it is tight. Here we go. Big move here to the outside. Making the inside. Oh, so weird what went down there. Big chance here for position back for HGE. Stuck in a Sauber C9 sandwich. The two Mercedes holding off. A new sub here. Is this the modding team that makes the AC Friends mod name cars? Yes. This is the group that makes the AC Friends cars. Yes, you would be correct. I don't think every one of their cars have that same folder structure. But yeah, is the 787 stock? Stock is in setup? Definitely not. Oh, spec. And Yeah, chats are playing. Yes, they balance these cars for these races. Yeah, totally agree. Very close. Yeah, we want to get balancing for sure. Get some really close racing on our hands. Of course, it's not always perfect, but as close as possible is the best you can do. Or traffic coming through the C9, just getting past the Taco Motorsport. Used in 1991, it might be slightly altered, just because some of the mods that are used are not from the same creator, because I'm pretty sure the C9 and the 787 are Kunos. Yet, you have some mods like the Jaguar, you have the Aston Martin, Lancia, and the Nissan. They're not AC, so although AC friends want to get as realistic as possible with the power and the weight as the original car did, there's also slight tweaking just to make all the cars work out, because not every Assetto Corsa mod is made the same. They all have their own bits and quirks, so close as possible to the stock. But again, that balancing factor, that's said in chat, because all the cars need to be balanced. I don't have the exact specs though, so I can't tell you exactly how close they are. But look and sound, they are pretty good. I think you have to increase the horsepower / lower the weight for the 787B to keep up with the likes of the C9. Well, this version of the car, I think it's the 787. That's actually one of the more powerful cars. I mean, look here right now, bottom right-hand side of your screen, 378 I saw, against a 387. So 10 kilometers faster. Yeah, there was a bit of slipstream help there, but yeah, it's not mattering. 390 by himself, 383. So definitely some balancing here and there to try to match up with the C9, that's for sure. The C9 is definitely the most powerful one at the bunch. But every car has their quirks, especially in the real world. No two cars are made the same unless it's a spec, and even then, you look at Formula 2, and that's not a spec series. So no cars are made the same here, but it's as close as possible, because the most important part, realism is one big factor, but the second big factor is competition and having everyone play on the same page. We have trouble, though. The Volvo in the middle of the circuit, just getting out the way. The GRP is mainly BOP with the boost. That's just my 2 cents from it. Competition definitely balancing, so we can have all the drivers performing at equal levels. And it's not the car that's the total difference. So it has to be at least just one part, though. Some incidents coming down here. Pit stops underway. One of the Watt Racing Jags in. Just under 9.5 hours left to go in this race. Still a very close one, that's for sure. There's just more drivers just coming past your screen there. And once again, that's 787 getting challenged there from the P6 spot, but it's obviously not for position. Trying to unlap himself, if anything. We'll find out. Here we go, on board. Trouble for the JR Customs once again, and this time that's even more damage than we've seen before. Here comes the Aston Martin, just passing. Yeah, a lot more damage on that one. Yeah, the rear end absolutely destroyed. But still continuing to carry on, keeping the momentum alive and going here. Teams are still even making their first long stop in this one. 7 of them they have to make in this race. Once again, at that point where there's just not many battles going on for position. Out of everything that happened, I'm still surprised our car is still on P7. Well, it's an endurance race after all. A lot of things can go wrong, but subsequently, a lot of things can go right. It's all about consistency around. That's always the main talking point. You just got to be consistent. Stay away from the incidents there. That is the HGE car that's gone straight at Indianapolis. And a 10-second stop and go penalty for the number 990, the GRS, for speeding. And that is that's new. And that's a very harsh penalty. Burnout Paradise looking good. But a very harsh penalty there. Wow. But yeah, continuing this one out here. We're about to cross 50 laps as, ooh, trouble there from the Nissan. No way, another penalty. And just hearing that through. Seeing another penalty come up. Our leader, though, and the number 96 Porsche, almost clearing 10 seconds up the field. I think our closest battle we have 1.7 here. Mixed team just ahead. It's getting frantic out here in this one. And 3/10 now the difference here. Battling for P4 in the class. P14 overall. Just saw some yellows. The car just getting right back onto the circuit. Here we go through the chicanes now. Very slow kind of exit there, and the Ford's going to take it straight to the pits. Not wanting anything to deal with that kind of traffic. And in the box, coming in now. In that. Now coming in. Now. Parking it. Service underway. Once again, continued with no battles to watch here. It's kind of just action that just happens sporadically. And I think more news here. I think the 98 is I think completely out of this race. So a third from this 12-hour event. Once again, just another shame. Wish we could see all these guys come to the very end, come to the checkered flag and crown themselves. That they have at least made it. It's a grueling race and there's a lot of practice that goes in. Chat saying 352 is going to pass 828. We'll see about that. As we watch here, the number 23 Sauber C9 while racing is on a roll right now. Gap down to 5 seconds. It could be a massive chance here. Got some, got a ways to close up to the Porsche head. But as we're entering the 50th lap, this could be big. It's not an endurance race without retirements for sure. It's just a shame, though, the amount of practice you put into these events. It's just a shame that you could say it goes to waste when you don't finish it. 4.04 seconds. And the pace difference. 400 kilometers. Did I just see that? Or is that the server just lagging there? And the number's just bouncing 390 to 400. You look at the car ahead, 370 something. The C9s are just ridiculously fast. So quick. I think there had to have been a limit here for 2 cars per manufacturer. But geez, the pace in that Merc. It's moving. But here we go. Massive opportunity here to take the lead of this one. Well, we'll see how it turns out. We'll go on board. Just losing out some time, but still 2.4 the difference. Oh, and that's a lot of traffic up the road, and the leader takes it to the pits. So, while racing leads. And it's the 50th lap of this 12-hour race. 400 kilometers is pretty much the quality trim speed for the C9 in real life. Seems accurate. That's true. I'm just looking at it from a balancing perspective. That's just crazy. To think the Porsche. I mean, also, by the way, you just said quality trim. We're in a 12-hour race. So, shouldn't have any quality trim going on here. But absolutely flying. When you just get the setup right. Maybe it is a qualifying setup they're using. We also have a gap here, 2.3 against JR Customs. This could be your battle for P5. The GRA class. As we continue here, another little section where no battle's kind of commencing, but 2.4. Let's hope that this is close. Only one true way to find out. A little bit of a slide there for the moment. Getting back going. In the back there you see another Beamer coming up, but it's not for position. And the WA 23 is in quality trim with low wings, top speed rules. So there you go, actually. Take it back then. So a quality trim in racing conditions. Going for blood. This end in the way, just getting out the way. There's the sun coming down here. It's looking very, very cloudy. It's 5:47. Should I say 3:47? On track. Ooh, bad slide contact into the wall. The Nissan, the JR Customs car, on the curb itself, facing the wrong way, having to stay there. Unfortunately, here comes the 787 Pitsu. Would have seen that yellow. And no car behind now for a JR Customs to go through now. That's insane. A quality trim in the race. 400 kilometers by himself on the straights. Ridiculous. That is some insane speed. You see the Ferrari here. 8 seconds behind the next car ahead, currently being overtaken by the Lancia. The P4 Porsche will go through. Overall P4. Fun racing here. If you want to get in on the action, you can join in the AC Friends Discord. Is linked in the live chat if you want to join in and get a part of these events. If you have any friends who also love endurance racing, this is the place to be. And if you're just a fan and you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We're almost there at 900 already and on course for 1,000. So make sure to subscribe and like the stream if you haven't already. Coming down to it, but 9 hours left to go. And a crazy race here. But you see the gap there. It's now 2 seconds here, so really going down, the Ferrari's pushing. A masterclass here. Here we go. little bit of lag there. Still going though. On board with the Ferrari. Great exit there. Should be done and dusted towards the middle of this straight. And darting into the inside. Easy as you like. And that move is complete. The Ferrari getting past the Ford. Ford's going to tuck back in. Maybe a chance to take back it. We'll see. Yeah, looks like the Ferrari's kind of getting away. Yes, meanwhile. 2 tenths, 4 tenths even. Losing touch. The car ahead. Through the hairpin there, and the HG car also going past trouble yellow flags, and that's on the chicane. Getting back going. Good to go. I thought so. Most of the Group C BOP is probably based around the C9 anyway, since it's the fastest car, raw spec-wise, for sure, yeah. 100% agreeing with you there. Ooh, what's going on here? Pulling over the Nissan. Disconnecting. And, once again, I don't know if this means he's going to teleport to the pits when he's back. They ran out of fuel. They're out completely. Very interesting. Meanwhile, the Volvo off the circuit, back on. We'll find out if that Nissan will return. I don't ever see the reason to teleport into the pits unless you have damage, but that's just me. Meanwhile, 5 seconds. A gap. It's next car's up the road for him. The number 16 here is quite a long ways behind. And yeah, he's back in the session. I'm not too sure I understand how that works. Regardless though. Not for position, but an overtake going down there. It's blue flags. 2.2 seconds, catching up to the slower class. It's of course GR Customs, and just up the road there. You also see one of the prototypes going through. And getting it done there. Meanwhile, look at this, we got to move here. And you see the Watt racing car just being held up, lock up there, going deep, not going to help him. It's still trying to get back. Meanwhile, HGE, who was in front, coming in for a long stop here. And that will lose them the lead of this race. Back going here. Listen to that C9 go. It's insane. It's going to be a tall order, a tough ask to get this move. We'll find out. Is it possible to get this move done against the C9? Dastardly C9. It's so quick. Here we go. Oh, drive-through for the GRA. That's the GRC customs car for cutting the circuit. The chat saying, holy moly, I've experienced being a Porsche pilot at Le Mans. My arm is a bit sore now. Yeah, take a rest. These are long and tough races, I'll tell you that much. Seeing what's gone down so far, insane. Insane bit of racing. Long way to go. I don't know how you guys do it, but endurance racing is tough. Meanwhile, that gap, unfortunately, not closing. It's just continuing to open and open. And now 7.6 seconds. On the brakes there, and once again, kind of at the point where we're looking for more battles to watch out for. Hey, what's going down here? What a great fight so far. And oh, trouble! Got going, just a little bit of an off for one of the cars there, but got back going. Still racing now. Continuing this one, just have a couple of drivers we'll check out throughout this one. Towards the rear of the field is the Rusty's car. Of course, no Rusty's livery, but would have loved to see that one. Top-down shot here of the Valkyrie team. Kind of battle of his own here, just trying to pass through some cars here. Kind of a top-down look, like those old arcades. Arcade kind of style games. We're continuing through here now. Still a long race left to go. Yeah, Porsche Airlines absolutely insane. I do agree. How's it going? Well, gotten to a bit of a quiet point here as GRC getting their drive-through taken. Quiet part of this session here. I'll be here with you guys for the next 3 hours. Guess it's the next 3 hours here, so enjoy my voice here for a little bit. And if you want to hear my voice even more, in a few hours' time, around 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be beginning our championship finale, where we have 2 drivers in GT3 racing going for a championship at Phillip Island, and the gap is just 2 points. It's a true winner-takes-all for our championship, and I highly recommend opening a tab up for both streams if you are interested. And that's what you should definitely check out. Highly recommend, personally. Anyways, as somebody in chat would call a shameless plug, I wouldn't say so. But continuing on here. Very quiet race. Hope everyone's doing well in chat. Hope everyone's races are going well in this one, and the team is just working out right and great. And view farming. No. Second long stop there from Valkyrie in the GRA car. So very crucial again, getting that one done. What is that sound there? Oh, there's trouble. There's, just saw some yellow flags for one of the mixed cars, but looks to be good now. Yeah, good to go, and still racing. As we continue on here in this race. A little bit of close fighting going on here, and that's actually a battle we have on our hands. So an overtake being made here. Unfortunately, though, it's what we were talking about earlier, where it's 2 different classes, but it's overall positions. But it is still an overtake. An overtake is an overtake for position, might I add. So, getting progress done here. More driver swaps, long stops are being made. You see the 176 in the pits. That's the other 787B. And we are under 9 hours to go. Making good progress in this race. Time's flying by. That's what you want. So we continue in this one here. And, ooh. We're just getting word from our admin here that we may have ourselves a bit of interviews here. And, yeah, sweet. Perfect. So we may get some potential interviews in this one. We shall see. But yeah, we're open to interviews, so if you are watching on stream and you want to have a quick little chat together, You can join into the interview room, and I'll put you right in here, and we can have a little talk. Ooh, trouble, however. Yeah, that's one of the cars just off the circuit there. Got going. Let's go, and yeah, continuing on. So just some small spins here and there, but nothing too drastic or insane. Meanwhile, a bit of a chase is on for the lead of this race again, with the pit stops already being made. Watt Racing in the C9, chasing down 7.6. This could be something special. They're changing the Dunlap overpass to the Goodyear overpass. I did hear about that. I think I heard about that, yeah. Trouble. Mix got going though. So yeah, indeed, I did hear about that one. Very exciting. Love to see the evolution of tracks. Meanwhile, 5.5 seconds. Let's go on board. I'm just going to take a quick moment here. Let's listen in. I'll be right back in just a moment. apologies for that. We are back here and continuing on now. And I think just coming back at the perfect time for this battle of the lead. We also have another battle, 1.7, for P19 overall. So some fun stuff to look at now. Let's see how it turns out. So we were on board here with the UAR Racing here. Let's find the rear cam of your race leader. And closing in now. MRE in the lead here. But for how long? Is there a pit stop coming on the way here? If there's a long stop to be made very soon, I'd say take it now. There's no waste of your time here fighting the C9 and losing time. Who knows? Maybe we have a fight on our hands. Only time will tell. But this is once again the battle for the race lead. And is it a pit stop? Both of them are not. Game on this lap. Here we go. So big chance here. What will go down? Under a second almost, just in the buffer. Slap on the brakes, accelerating out. 0.6. Let's watch it from the C9. Because that thing is just ridiculous on the straights. 340, 350. Overtake at 370. Well, that Porsche is still running at 360, 380. Look at that top speed. Absolutely insane. 385. 390 maybe. Yes, 390. And still accelerating through the kink. Gonna drop some speed a bit. Little slipstream might help. 390. Meanwhile, car behind 370. Jeez. Once again, just more proof of how insane that Mercedes is. A beast. Looking down the rest of the order, there was another fight that I did want to check out. JR Customs chasing down the Volvo. Getting going now. This could be an insane battle here. And a little bit of slipstream coming up now. And meanwhile as well, battle for the lead is getting pretty intense. Getting a fun little note here from the admin side. Top speed also, of course, depends on aero. And it's very tricky to drive an aero setup there. 4 of the 7 pit stops there for Taco. You might see them very good in the later stages here. Optimized mechanical grip over the last 2 weekends, is saying Sasha. So, I mean, 100% true. There's so many compromises you have to make. So many compromises you have to make in these races. Do you want to go for that top speed, that kind of Monza style setup? Have a... Oh, wow, okay. Well, that wasn't very nice. Trying to get going. And Mixed is just trying to find some space. Has the space. Got to get a move on here. But just running into the rear of the Volvo. And there we go. I think we're good now. Yes, we are. I think all that time It's now allowed a potential chance at an overtake here. Hold on. Battle for position coming up here from that incident there. 4.2 the difference. Here we go. Let's go on board. But yeah, setup definitely matters. The optimization of, do you want to optimize the straights? Or do you want to go for the corners? And that C9 looks like it's got it right. They got my money. Oh, trouble off the road. And that is an overtake just like that. No stress. And there is some trouble there. Is there bent steering potential? Let's go on board. Driver's eye. Nah, doesn't look like it. So still continuing out here. 8 hours, 44 minutes left to go. And also seeing the, I don't know if this is a full retirement. Haven't seen their name in a while, but the GRC, the Group C second Mazda, might be out indefinitely in this race. That might be it. And that would be a huge shame if actually that's the case. I mean, maybe same with the GRA. Group A and Group C cars coming off here. Same team. I think it actually might be the case. That is a huge shame. Another sad retirement from this one. Meanwhile, your leader, 5.9 ahead in the famous C9. Having some fun out there. Wiggling that car everywhere. Having a blast. Love it. Continuing on here. Not many battles to look out for. So when in doubt, listen to a Mazda. Just love this car. I mean, like, is there anybody who hates the 787? And if you are, you're just weird. This is an amazing car. Amazing piece of machinery. I would love to see this one day. If anyone in chat has ever seen this, like any of these Group C cars in person, I mean, that is just cool. Like, these things are just such an important part of history in motorsport. And to see them on track, it's just iconic. What can you say? As we can continue along here on the 787B little train here. Make sure to hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Channel's on course to 900 subscribers. I mean, a lot. Of course, on course to the big 1,000 here in AC Friends. Do not want to miss any of the action. You just seen it going down there. Sun coming up here. 4:22 p.m. on track. Still far from over. It just passes our screen there. And, oh, the MRE car. Group C, who's in P2. A drive-through for cutting. He's on the back straight, though. What could you have possibly cut there? That is very interesting. But managing to cut the circuit on the back straight, pretty impressive. Has a drive-through to take, and that's actually a shame because MRE it's in the top battle. They're in this fight. So whatever went down there. Very interesting. Guess I'm weird. Nah, I ain't weird. So far here. A little bit of a dead couple of minutes here, and I guess if you haven't already, make sure to grab some snacks at this point because nothing new going on here. I think this is a perfect time to just take a little breather here. There's a lot of action that has gone down. I mean, we can't forget so far. I mean, the start of this race was absolutely incredible. It's been an amazing start to this race. So much action. A three-way fight for the lead overall. The bump drafting. That was also incredible. So just getting word that the time on the screen versus 16:25 is actually the time in Europe. So I thought that was the stream. I thought that was the in-game time. I think the in-game time is 4:28 p.m. But it's 4:25 in Europe. So it's actually pretty cool. I'm getting word that we started at 1 p.m. time in-game. 4 hours driven means it's around 7 p.m. on track now. With a 2-time multiplier. Okay, so maybe then that 4:28 p.m. is actually incorrect there, but it's still very awesome nonetheless. JR Customs yellow flags again for the moment. Looks pretty good though. Starting to get back. And just getting out the way there, a mixed team. Some trouble, maybe. Yes. There is some trouble there. And trying to pull off a 3-point turn here. This could be trouble. This could be trouble. Oh, boy. Oh! Luckily got back going. There was also another incident. Side by side as well. Very tight. Just getting out the way to the Ford going through. Bit of carnage going on here. What's up? Maybe a little fight on our hands. 1.6 now. Can the Porsche try to climb back and get that position again? Remember, it was the Ford that got the move done on track a bit earlier on. So, very peculiar kind of incident that just went down there, but we'll keep an eye on this one as the race goes on here, and we'll see if overtake could potentially go down. We will find out. Ooh, there you see the Taco Nissan trying to go through, and the Lancia just trying to survive. Look at the drifting there on exit. That was a bit funny there. So continuing on here in this race, sun is coming down and the nightfall is going to be here very soon. MRE has got their drive-through taken back out on circuit now. Remember, they got that one for somehow cutting the circuit on the straight. Didn't know how that was possible. But they're now out and going here. And chase is on, and actually they have come out right behind their fellow Porsche. So 2.9 the difference. Let's stay on board. So 3.1 here and still losing some ground. There you see it just in front for position. That's your fight for second. Second place overall, second place in the Group C class. Just gotta keep hustling here. And down the inside of one of the Mercedes Group A cars. Still pushing. Gap now 3 seconds. So kind of opening up. Number 96. A very quick driver in there. And still pushing hard. So we'll see what happens. As time ticks down here. 8 hours, 30 minutes left to go in this race. through the Ford chicane now. 2.4 the difference. So getting a lot closer. And now 2.6 passing through lap traffic. Let's go back on board now. Is it maybe the setup difference between the two Porsches? Potentially. Keep an eye on that delta. 2.1 now. And it's actually going down, so you know what? Maybe MRE's got a chance here. May have a bit of slipstream up the road here. We're still going out here. Continuing to climb through. Into the braking zone. 1.5 now the difference. Good battle maybe to come up here. Let's hope. Into the Indianapolis section. 1.6. Rear cam here. On board with the number 96 car. Chasing down. Getting chased down by the other Porsche. And some yellows coming out. Getting going in that Nissan. Back underway. Here we go. Oh, trouble! He's hit the wall! The MRE car hitting the wall in the exit of the Porsche curves. And that may have just sealed the momentum and maybe the opportunity to fight for second. Because unfortunately, I think that's damage. The 108 car. The other Watt Racing. Trouble. And getting a penalty there. That is interesting. So 4.2 seconds. Now the difference. And I think that's kind of sealed the deal for Chance here at a P2 spot. Well, for now, it's pit stop still can be done underway. So what a crazy fight here. Once again, couple more battles still. It looks like continuing on here. The only battle that's the closest here is the fight for the lead. Unfortunately, it's just a bit slow here today in this race. Still waiting for more strategies to come down, but you may be excited to hear that MRE is kind of picking up the pace again. A little shaken up after hitting the guardrail. But now getting going. Now back and going. And now 3.8 the difference around the outside of the BMW. You know what? The Porsche's starting to get quicker now. .5 the difference now. And you know what? Too good to be true. Coming into the pits now. Team MRE. That is a bit of a shame there. Wanted to see a battle because you know what? The number 96 was actually tuning up the band quite a bit. But now going to do a long stop here. So once again, will lead us to another bit of this race where it has been, where it's now continued to be a little bit, little bit of just a regular endurance. And, oh, trouble there! The second Watt car, the Jaguar. That is trouble there. Got going. As we continue on here. In this one, a gap here, kind of closing up. 6 seconds now for P16 overall. And actually, we do have another fight here. 8 tenths behind now, 9 tenths. So battle for P6 overall between the Jaguar, who didn't make a mistake a bit earlier on, against the the Mercedes. I should say. Yes, it's the C9 just up the road. This could be very interesting. Can the Jaguar hustle up? Try to get this move done here. And 5.8 the difference, but a little bit slower on this lap. Just able to get going here, but yeah, just dropping some pace, so might be something wrong with the car, maybe saving some fuel, but definitely not going for the fight. So continuing on here in this one. Coming down to 8 hours to go. In this race. And MRE making their long pit stop, an on-pit exit, being overtaken by the number 96. And, oh, trouble! They're stuck in neutral! And that is... They're stuck in neutral. What has happened? They've taken it to the pits! And that's absolutely huge. That has come out of nowhere. I don't know if it's that a shifter broken or something, but... The... Stuck in neutral. Yeah, the car was stuck in neutral. Bit of mess here, but... That was insane. Yeah, they got stuck in neutral, and... Well, that's really costed him to go backwards here. For fighting on the podium, they might be at risk of losing it. So that is quite interesting. And a stop and go for, wow, stop and go, 171 seconds. So that was, of course, the teleport to pits. They just got a penalty. Just from it. So a stop and go, 171 for, let's say for swap time. I'm not too sure if anyone, if maybe the, Mr. AC friends could help me with what that penalty actually means. If there was a issue, maybe there was a penalty for not doing the driver swap correctly. Regardless, that is actually interesting. That is huge for this race because it may have just knocked them off the podium, at least for the time being, and they got a lot of work to do. So that, very interesting, controversy, potentially. One thing's for sure, this is going to be a tougher race for the number 96 team to serve that penalty, and we're going to find out where they come out and how badly it's affected them for this podium fight. But that is insane here. I know the top drivers for Group C, that's yeah, that's going to be a huge help and a relief. One of the quicker drivers taking the lead many times. Immense pace. Getting a penalty there, heartbreaking. And take a look at this, the battle for P2 getting underway, and action finally coming back to us. This is exactly what we wanted. So please don't enter the pits. Let's have a little show here. Ford versus BMW. Game on. Here we go. is there a chance at a pole position, at a proper top time here for a podium? As you see another driver getting a penalty there. Drive through for cutting for the HOR GRA Group A 40, number 40 there. But a podium, is it possible for the number 96? And as we watch this fight here, of course, the car ahead, that's a Group C car. So you're going to be looking to the next car ahead. And unfortunately, people just hate me. Oh. Another battle ending because the pit stops are underway. Strategy, right? Well, unfortunately, it's kind of losing us a chance to watch these guys do battle. That's a bit unfortunate. But regardless, though, we're coming down to the 8-hour mark left to go in this race. I'll be here for another 2 more hours. And that is me out the booth for the day. That's a bit unfortunate, though. Kind of wished we could see a bit more there. What does the schedule look like for the season? I actually believe, let me double check. I think this is the last race of 2025 for ACF. Let me figure that out here. That's a good question. So, yes, I think that is the, yeah, I think this is the last race of the season. This championship, at least, as well. Here we go, race calendar. Let's see here. Yep. So this is the last race of this year. Next season, when we get underway, that's going to be very exciting. So, 2026, give you a little rundown. The big event that I'll start with is going to be the 24 Hours of Daytona. So that's going to go down from January 31st to February 1st. Followed by that, you're going to get the first round of the NLS series. Starting off with a 12-hour race on the 21st of February. We skip over to March, and then we have a 8 hours of Road America. You got some classic racing there. The month of May is going to get very exciting on the 30th and 31st. That is going to be the big one, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. As there you see the taco car now coming into the pits. Continuing through to June, it'll be the 24 hours of Le Mans. That'll be the 27th and 28th of June. July, no racing going on there, so enjoy your summer vacation. In August, you'll be finding the 1st of August will be the another race that goes on there. I'm trying to figure out what race that is. The NES Legends. On the 22nd of August, you'll be seeing the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Followed by that September, we head into the Spa 24 hours, September 19th. October 24th, you'll be seeing the 8 hours of Portimao in Portugal. And then the final NLS race, the 12 hours on November 21st. And the final race of the year, the Macau, 6 hours Macau. Also, April, you had the 12 hours of Bathurst, 6 hours of Macau. If that sounded like a bunch of gibberish to you, I highly recommend you just join the Discord, AC Friends Discord server. It should be located in the live chat, but you can let me know. I'll send you a new link. But yeah, all the schedules are up there. But in terms of the next race, it's it's the last day of January, first day of February. It's a part of the World Endurance Races. And I may or may not be commentating for that. No promises there. But I'm excited for it. It's probably their second biggest race next to the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. I so have heard. A lot of turnout, a lot of action going on there. And yeah, very hype. So check it out. Highly recommend. Ooh, trouble there. A drift through from GRC. Nice calendar. No, for sure. There's a lot of great races coming up. I do love what ACF has got going on for the next season. A lot of great events to check out. Nürburgring 24, Spa 24, Daytona 24, also the Bathurst 12 hours, and Macau. Those are going to be insane. As we have a little battle here, 1.1. Now turn the 210 Rusty's off the track there, going. So far, what an incredible bit of racing. In this one. And we also have another fight here. 5/10. The difference here. Ooh, side-by-side bit of action. Two different classes this time around. So, very close bit of racing here. But so far in this one, AC Friends, Mr. AC Friends in chat saying, yes, we have a couple of cool endurance races again next year. Oh, I cannot wait. See, if it weren't for the fact that, like, I don't know. Well, me and endurance don't get along too well. I've done, like, 2 of them, and they are stressful. So I fully understand what the team's got to go through in these races. I mean, my only experience is doing, like, iRacing events. I've done Petit Le Mans, I've done Daytona 24, I've done Bathurst. It's hell, and I hate it. It's so much stress, the amount of planning. So I have respect for all these drivers, and even the ones that retire out. Like, I understand, it's crazy. 2 small championships for the NLS and the World Endurance Races. Yeah. Just to add on to what those are, Actually, I think you're going to describe it there. 24 hours of Daytona. Yeah, it's 24 hours of Daytona, 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of Spa, 8 hours of Portimao. That's going to be the World Endurance races. And then the NLS Series. You have a 12-hour race on the 21st of February, followed by the 24-hour race. That's the big one. That's the one I would really love to see if I can be a part of that. I'll try my best. Not racing, though. Do not feed words into my mouth like that, but commentating. 24 hours of the Nürburgring. That'll be the May 30th. Followed by that, they'll have a 6-hour race on the August 22nd and a 12-hour race to round it out, the final race, November 21st. And then I think there's some other races going on. 8 hours of Road America, 8 hours NES Legends, and then the GT World Challenge, 12 hours of Bathurst, and my personal favorite, the 6 hours of Macau. Personally, I just love that because who doesn't love Macau? Come on. Nobody loves driving it. Everyone loves watching it. Might be just me, though. But Macau is a different beast. That is something else. That is something else very special there. But regardless, though, it's a very, very exciting set of races coming up. And as I continue yapping away, take a look at this. We finally have a battle for P2 going on right now. And here we go. So, HGE, who at this point, they're the top. They're the top contenders for the podium. I mean, I'm seeing them as a P2. I don't see a P1 from them. I think Wah Racing has got that locked down, but actually you see them just up ahead, but a lap ahead. What race did you guys have this year? This is my first stream watching. Mr. AC Friends, can you answer that question? I've only, for me, for commentating wise, this is my third event. The first event I did was the shoot, what was it? Holy. It was the 24 hours of Le Mans. That was a great one. Then I did the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And we're starting off here, but yeah, you know, just as you say, yeah, 2025 calendar is in the Discord. I think you can also just check the YouTube channel here, and you can also see all the live streams that went down. So, unfortunately, the gap I thought was closing, 5 seconds, 4.9, not closing as well as we'd hope for a battle. There's another fight here, but once again, it's one of the GR5 cars fighting through the field to try to get back with their class and chasing the class leader, actually. I mean, can you believe it? What was that? I mean, we're now under 8 hours to go. And this has been an awesome one. Trouble for Rusties. And oh no, pulling over to the side, getting back going. Picking back over through the field here. And finally, the leaderboard has a bit of color now, where all the teams are now, or all the groups are now basically with each other. Very awesome to see. So I think we can actually go through the order here and talk about some of our drivers. So let's start off with the, well, let's start off with the retirements. We have a few of them here. We have Group A, Group 5, another Group 5, another Group 5. A lot of Group 5 cars just falling out here. And sadly, a Group C. And one of the Mazdas, who was actually such a huge candidate early on in this race, just guess not going their way. Taco Motorsport in this race, they're sitting last, but they're not breaking their spirit. And the Taco outfit here doing an amazing job of keeping the car going despite the good bit of incidents here and there, but most importantly, they're still racing hard, and that's what matters the most. But continuing up the order, we got Rusties. Another team that's just kind of, you know, hanging on in there, doing a great job of keeping it going, and that's what matters the most. Next up the road, let's get that for you here. Expito Patronus. Apologies if I got that name incorrect. Please correct me in chat if I do botch the name. I don't mean to. But another team that's just, once again, a lot of the teams towards the rear end in every class are kind of hanging on here. Consistent, not as quick as fighting the top drivers, but in endurance racing, you need to be consistent, and you need to just be in it to win it. And we're not even at the halfway point yet. We are 7 hours and 51 minutes away from... did you just drive into the wall? Not too sure what that was. Maybe getting out the way. But either way, got to get back going in this one. Here's a team that I've had a little bit of a heartbreak with. I thought that this would have been the team to fight for the win for. GR Customs. First of all, love the livery. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of gone a little bit downhill. Starting off by dominating this race. Taking pole as well, I believe. The Mercedes, however, the Mercedes duo, charging hard, slipstreaming, bump drafting. It got a bit messy here and there. And unfortunately, throughout this race, that JR Customs has kind of gone a little bit backwards in this race. It's, once again, not over till it's over, but it's a huge momentum loss compared to the two Mercedes that capitalized on the mistakes. Following up the order, HDR's BMW. Let's get a better look at that one. So this is, of course, The Hyperdrive, a fantastic team so far, doing an amazing job. Very happy with them. Honestly, the way the position they are right now, it's only up from here. But high hopes for Hyperdrive. Following up next, we have the Volvo. And the Volvo, unfortunately, the Nürburgring Esport team has just been a victim of so many incidents not controlled by them. You gotta feel bad. The Volvo that could, and they still can. And you know what? Where are they sitting? P4? It's still a chance to put them on the podium. I hope we can see them on the podium, because they have been through hell, and it's the least they deserve. But as we start to get onto the podium, then we get into our drivers who have stayed consistent, found the consistency, and continued to persevere throughout this race. Real quick, yellow flags facing the wrong way for the moment. Is the Jag got back going? But the Valkyrie E-Racing outfit, all the Valkyrie outfits, pretty decent out here, but very nice. And nowhere near the front battles in the early stages, but was here to pick up the pieces, and that's what mattered the most. A lot of time to catch up to the front two Mercedes, but not impossible. Could be a winner on the tables for the Valkyrie Racing number 3 team. Keep an eye on them throughout this one. AFS. Well, they've been through hell and back. The AFS outfit. For AFS Racing. Well, once again, the main candidate in those fights early on. And unfortunately, contact between themselves and GRC. But they were able to just bounce back from the incident and just pushed hard, all aggression to get back up where they belong. And they're firmly in P2 in this one. And they're looking pretty sweet. 30 seconds behind the race leader. And firmly in this contention for the Group A win. And we look at our leader here, who's given a toe to the taco outfit. But the Tega AVM outfit here. Boldy driving the car, doing a brilliant job of holding on to the lead, keeping it calm and consistent. Everything that you need to have in this race. And just to update you on their progression when it comes to the long stops. Well, that's where it gets a bit interesting. They've only completed 1. Now, it's nothing new because, hell, the AFS team has not completed any. At least, that's what we're seeing on our side. They most likely have. That they probably didn't update their live document. However, that's not to... I hope that wasn't contact there. Oh, that definitely was contact. Ugh. Taco taking another hit. It's going to be a long period of darkness. It will be. It's going to be a harsh period of darkness for these drivers. And we haven't even talked about that yet. But we haven't even talked about that yet. That's a whole other story. But yes, P1 dominating right now, doing a great job. And it's all about continuing to be consistent because 30 seconds behind. Well, they have their Mercedes outfit coming up, and both of them, they have an experience of making contact with each other. Let's just say that. Let's start off now with our Group 5. And all these cars have been through hell. A lot of retirements from this category. Now we start off with the P16 overall as GRA. No, the taco outfit. Getting a drive-through for track limits. But as as we continue here, let's start it off with the ZRM/JPRT team. And so far, it's just a team that has gone from the front to the back to the front to the back. Currently sitting in the back for now, but I guarantee you they'll be back up very shortly. And a lot of battle scars on the car. You can clearly see it. But yeah, keep an eye on them. They had a little bit of bad luck towards the middle phase here, trying to get back and going. But they're still up. So don't lose sight of them for a second. Drive-through taken for the Taco outfit. Here is the Ferrari out here. This is the SRSG. Driven by Danny Muller right now. Doing a great job out there. Was leading at one point. But right now, strategies going down here. So truly, I don't really know where they are right now. But I can tell you, they're very quick so far. Doing a great job. Holding on. And that's what matters the most. And so far, 10 seconds behind these guys up here. This is Mixed Team. Mixed Team having a lot of great battles. Of course, battling for the overall lead in this. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there for the car ahead. In this one, once again, just minding their own business and hitting their marks. Not much to say there. The next car bringing out yellow flags, and that's actually the car that Mixed Team was fighting against in this race a bit earlier on. That is, of course, the Prado Speedstars eSport team. Is the Speedstar part a little nod to Initial D? They've been pretty good out there. I don't have anything negative to say. Just continue to hit your marks. Doing a great job. And once again, in contention. Keep an eye on this one. Next, we get to the podium. P3. The next to Watt Racing, just going to take a second here. Yellow flags coming out, but back going. You never know. One of these yellow flags, you're going to see a car on its roof. You might be laughing right now, but it happened already in this race, so trust me, it will happen soon. Here is the second Watt Racing car. And contention for a win, by far. Doing a great job out there. You have a strong lineup of drivers, and they're pretty quick out there. So having fun, and can't wait to see how they do towards the end. P2, Valkyrie. Yeah, these BMWs, ridiculous. They are so fast. The Valkyrie E-Racing team in the BMW M1 Turbo. Dennis currently piloting right now on the back straight. Having a great stint out here. 22 seconds behind the leader. In it to win it here. But there's your leader. Strategies, of course, still flipping around. This is, of course, Hyperdrive. And, yeah. As you see, just the Group C car going past, which we're going to get to right now. But, yeah. Hyperdrive doing a fantastic job. The BMWs have been the class of the field in Group 5. And we'll see how it's going to turn out towards the middle stage. As soon as we get to the second half, let's talk about Group C, shall we? And let's start with our drivers in P9. Piloting the Nissan, this is Team Psychopath. And they have been true psychopaths. I mean, one driver's ping was going absolutely everywhere. So, yeah, true psychopaths on circuit, but not menaces. They've been great racers out there. And again, also getting a bit unlucky. So, not much to say. Hope they can just pick themselves up and try to push hard in this one. As they go past the P2 car there, as Rusty's drive-through for cutting. Let's go to P8. And P8, this is the ZRM JPRT number 1 car in the Sauber C9, the second Mercedes. As actually, we just cut into a battle here, battling against the second Watt Racing. So good timing there. So I guess we're going to have to talk about both of them. But we'll quickly start with yellow flags for the moment there from the Nissan. But another team doing pretty great out there. Trying to just hit their mark, stay consistent. That's all that matters. Behind them, the second Watt Racing car, the team that is kind of struggling a little bit out here. I've seen a bit of slips and spins from the Jaguar outfit, but nothing to be embarrassed about, nothing to be ashamed of. Hard pushing, just mistakes happen. It's all about being consistent, though, and there's plenty of time to be consistent, that's for sure. AFS. The AFS Lancia outfit. They have been an interesting one to watch out for in this one. A lot of battles towards the rear end of the field. Trying to hit their marks. Podium, maybe a little bit difficult in this one. So maybe they're trying to go for the top 5. I think that's going to be a lot more of a respectable objective in this race coming towards the end of it. We'll see how they do. But that's AFS, ladies and gentlemen. And then we get into P5, the top 5 here. And this team, ooh-wee, let's talk about them. So this is, of course, the EP Sportswagen Technik. They were fighting for the race win, and unfortunately, a harsh penalty coming their way from the stewards. But it's rules are rules at the end of the day. You got to follow them. And they've received the short end of the stick, getting a very harsh penalty on there, and it's dropped them down from a race win contention to trying to get onto the podium. It's still a long race, but all you got to know is that they are ridiculously quick, like stupid quick. Pure aliens on the mothership. But a podium I still think is possible. It's just a little bit harsh. It's just hard that they're going to have some work to do, but we'll see how they work out as, ooh, the race leader there in the Group A class just running off the circuit. Here is the Valkyrie team in the Aston Martin, not an Aston Martin Valkyrie, but the Aston Martin and Team Valkyrie. They've been pretty good out here. The AMR1 has been pretty strong. A great looker as well, by the way. I love the car. Love the look of it. But yeah, they've done very well so far. Strategy-wise, I think after a couple long stops, they might be pushed down a little bit down the order. But they're keeping it humble. I think this is probably the most humble team out here so far. I mean, I'm not seeing any drama from them. But yeah, call them the humble Valkyrie team. Let's talk about the podium, where the podium contenders have all met up with each other, all fought with each other at one point in this race. So let's talk about the best sounding car of all time. One of the best. HGE. HGE Racing Esport in the 787B, the lone 787. Real contention for the win many times in this race. And still could be. Don't get me wrong, they have had a fantastic outing so far. It's just about hitting their marks. Nothing negative I could say. P2. We have MRE, the Moritz Racing Esports, and the 962, the fastest Porsche out this one. And once again, going for the win, going for gold, and looking for the top. Another team that started out kind of towards the rear end of the field, work their way up, and now they're in contention. They got the podium on one hand. They just got to keep it going. And they're going to have a chance at a race win here today. We'll find out. And P1, the all-dominant, the almighty Mercedes Sauber C9. This thing has been absolutely ridiculous. This team while racing has been absolutely insane. And yeah, they've been extremely quick out here today. And spoiler alert, I think this is your winner here for today. It's a different beast. It's just something else. The Mercedes and the right driver, nobody can touch them. This ridiculous. Quality trim as well on the car, like flexing out. And chat saying shout out to Tim in the Group C Valkyrie. Is he driving the Group C Valkyrie right now? I'm reading the live document. I don't see many of these names getting updated, so if that is Tim Stahl, let me say hi to him. There he is. Right now, doing this race on his own. Tim Stahl is a different beast. I know him. He's raced in our league, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. Dude's a monster. Almost lost a championship due to just time conflicts with another endurance race. I think it was the Bahrain 8 Hours. I worked a way around it, and still I believe they still came out towards the top. And he won that championship too. So shout out Tim. Very happy to see him. We love Tim. Shout out Tim Stahl. So that is all the drivers here. Rest in peace to all those who have retired in this one. But that's endurance racing, as I think somebody put that in chat. That's how endurance racing works. So GRA Group A Valkyrie getting another long stop done there. We also have another Valkyrie car, the Group 5 in the pits. And so far, gaps kind of opened up, but yeah, I want to talk about it. Time of day. Oh boy, where do we begin with that? It's coming down. We're going into the night, and you take a look at this back straight. There's barely lighting on the back straight, so it's going to be dark. There's not going to be much to see. We hope the stream is going to look well. That's the only hope on my end. If we can make sure the stream looks good, I think it should. We didn't have any issues the last couple of times. But this is going to be awesome. So let's do this here, folks. As the time comes down, yellow flag's coming out. Oh no, that's trouble. That is trouble. And that's P2 as well, who made contact there. That is hit the brakes kind of moment. And just stay out the way. And just be predictable at that point. That is, I know the Nissan was just trying to get out the way, but that is damage for P2. Especially trying to hunt for this race win. And that is the last thing that you want. And drive through for cutting for the Watt 108 car. Yeah, sitting P8. But so far, amazing racing from this class. From all drivers here today, doing an amazing job. I've definitely seen a lot more worse driving in my time here. But when I say worse driving, the quality, ooh, trouble there. Oh no! That's a spin trying to hold on. But unfortunately, just getting it wrong there. He's gotten going. HGE having a little bit of a moment there with one of the other class cars. But yeah, every driver is just doing a fantastic job together, giving us a great showcase out here. And honestly, it obviously would not be possible without AC Friends for putting this all together and giving the community an amazing showcase of talent here. So once again, if you're just tuning into the stream, if you are a driver who maybe just came out the car or the team, let us know in the chat how you're doing. Better yet, if you want to have a chat here live on stream, you can. I think we posted it in the... Which channel is it? We posted it in just the chat, just the regular chat. So if you do want to have a little conversation with me, we could talk. You just head to just the regular chat channel, or you could just let us know in the YouTube live stream chat how the race is going. Let me know. Keep me updated. So far, it's just we're now at a point of it being a bit of a quiet race, so. I'll try my best to keep you entertained. Of course, that's my job. But on track, though, it is looking a bit. It's starting to look a bit spread out now in this one. So continuing to fall here. Seeing more penalties being dished out. And long stops getting underway. But more importantly, how are these drivers going to operate in the night hours? That is going to be something special. Chat saying, only trying to survive after this catastrophic start. No, I totally agree. And it's only going to get worse as the night falls here. Just getting darker and darker. I mean, let's go on board for a lap here for a moment. Let's see who is the closest to the line, and we'll start a new lap. Here we go. So these are the conditions. If you're watching stream side on what it looks like so far. Yeah, first sector looking fine. Once you get to the back straight, how bright is it? That's a bit of a question here. Hey, you know, it's not too bad. Maybe it's because there is still a bit of sunlight. I don't know. We'll find out when we get to Indianapolis. I think that's going to be the darkest part of the circuit. Alright, I'll admit, so far, I think it's just still a little too bright on track. HGE cheering you on from Canada. I'm also from Canada. That's great. HGE love. Of course, on board I want a link to these mods. Anyone? So these mods in particular, they're only for the people who compete in these endurance races. They're not exactly free, but they are if you do these events. So if you, the best place I can direct you is checking out ACF. Of course, that means I got to make a commitment and all, but honestly, if I had the time to do endurance racing like this, I would. But like only if I had a solid group of people, because it would drive me crazy. It drives me crazy in general, endurance racing. But for anybody who's genuinely interested in getting a part of these races, I am happy to direct you. As soon as I find it. I had the link somewhere. Here we go. So there we go. If you want to join the Discord, you can. And yeah, if you join the Discord, you'll be able to take part in events. And with those events, yeah, you'll get the mods, but you have to qualify for them. Of course, these are not just handed out for free. Are we gonna get some four-wide racing on the back straight? Like, what was going on back there? As we just continue to watch this one. Starting to heat up, maybe? As it just continues to get darker and darker. So a bit of side-by-side action for position there. That's actually your battle for third. So a bit of trouble there. Couple penalties coming over the screen and long pit stops being made. We continue racing here. It just continues to get darker and darker. It's going to be tough for these drivers, that's for sure. On the front straight, here we go. That's what it looks like so far. Look at the nightfall here. Wow. This is something else. As trouble there for P13. We gotta check out a different class. I don't think we've really taken a look at the Group A category. So let's go on board with the HDR for a lap around here. As it gets darker, sky's looking pretty. But how are these drivers surviving? Yeah, no lights here. Absolutely insane. Under the Dunlop Bridge, just that bit of lighting. Ferris wheel to the left. Into the chicane. Exiting out there. Then we get into the kink, and then we get on the Mulsanne. The Tetra Rouge. Mulsanne straight. Here we go. And decently lit up. I think that's the most important part. Getting to the end of the Mulsanne. It's so long compared to the Group C class. It is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of travel. It's not quite over yet, but a shorter run now as we head on into Indianapolis. Heading into the Porsche curves throughout this section of the circuit. We're coming down to the 7 hours left to go in this race. The outer camera looks just make this look a lot more darker than it actually is. That is absolutely insane. So hard to see out there, and you could just about see the mixed team getting it wrong on off circuit and back going and racing once again. Bit of three wide action there. between the Group A and Group C classes getting very close together. Continuing through this one here, the late night hours are truly here at this point, and it's going to look like this for the foreseeable future of this race. 7 hours, I mean, yeah, this race is going to end like this, so it'll be a long one. Hopefully time will go a little bit quick and we can get back into the daylight very soon. But we'll find out. We will find out. Regardless, though, we're about to hit the 7 hours left to go in this race, Mark. And truly, this has been an absolute stellar of a performance here for all these drivers, and now they have to face the ultimate test, and that is, of course, going to be the late night hours here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Stay tuned, it's gonna get a hell of a lot more intense. Wow, look at that there. Look at that shot for just a moment. You only see headlights on the back straight. Can you believe it? Holy moly, what a stint. Somehow caught up with the rest of the Group 5 grid. Really? Tell us about it. How was that stint for you? Oh, you're lucky to come out the car, that's for sure, at this part of the race. This time of day is, well, it is something else. But how was it, though? Oh, okay. Don't even see headlights on the 787. We can clearly see they're on. You need to put them high beams on. Wow, look how dark that is. That's what he's seeing. That's what HGE seeing here. Let's take a look at some of the other onboards. P1 currently sitting in the pits. I don't know what happened. By the end of the stint, I was P15 overall. That is absolutely incredible. Massive props. Good stuff. The headlight barely did anything, though. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. The headlights may not be as strong on some of these cars. Yeah, take a look at that. That is not good. Coming out the pits now. Wow. Insane. Here we go. Battle for position on your screen here. Can we see it on the outside here between Jaguar and Nissan? Let's see. On the back straight now. And continuing on the back straight, 2.4 seconds. Jaguar just falling behind. 4 out of 7 pit stops being made. Long stops, I should say. Good night. 12 o'clock right here. All right, take it easy. Get a good rest. And when you wake up, hopefully the team is doing very well. That's here we go. Now this one's getting pretty intense now. With this time of day, gap opening up to 3 seconds. So, getting harsh. So, continuing here in the late hours of this race, chat saying, how would someone take part in these races? Well, I got you covered. All you have to do is join in the official ACF Discord and follow the sign up, enter in your name and all your details of just including your Steam GUID, and you can join these events. They are fun. I believe most of them are free. When will the rain start? Is there rain that's coming up? I did hear something about weather. Let me see if there is any weather still. Is there? I don't think there is any rain. I'll try to convince my team. Yeah, for sure. Get yourself a group of friends and get racing. It's really great stuff around here. I don't think there is rain. Yeah, no rain in this race. It's bugged in the CSP version. Yeah, that's a shame. Would have been awesome if there was rain, though. That would be absolutely fantastic kind of racing. But hopefully, maybe in the new year, we could see something very special. Is there a SimGrid page? I'm not too sure. If anyone else in chat could actually answer that question, I'm not too sure if SimGrid, if there's anything on SimGrid there. But, whew. So far, 50 minutes left to go before we officially get to the halfway mark in this race. A true long way we have come. And it's all coming down here to the halfway point. Not even the full distance here. Such a long race here today. So hopefully you are enjoying the action just as much as we are here in the booth. Loving it all go down. Sadly, I won't be here for no SimGrid, but there's a race calendar in Discord. Yes, that is true. Yeah, so there is a race calendar. It does tell you all the events that go on for the entire year. Not even just by month, it's the whole year. Lot of awesome events to get a part of. I mean, next up, I can already tell you, January 31st to February 1st, that's the Daytona 24 Hours. That's like basically one of the biggest events for ACF. So if you want to get part of that, join up right away. Get a part of the action. So night continuing to fall here. It's not truly dusk, but it's getting pretty close in this one. And we are 5 laps away from completing 100 laps. A little bit argy-bargy there between the two different classes. 5 laps. Unfortunately, I'll be a pizza chef for my friend, so I won't make it. Speaking of pizza, don't remind me about pizza now. Come on. I've been commentating here for the past, what, like, over 5 hours? Relax. It's the last thing I want to hear. Yeah, I've been here for about 7 hours. So, don't talk to me about pizza or don't mention food, that's for sure. And another thing on the mods, the user owns it. Yes, yeah, all the mods are provided. If you are going to order pizza, what's the go-to order? What would be the go-to order for your pizza? And then, yeah, all the mods are provided for these events. Bit of contact going on there. I think that's just at the hairpin. Very strange at the moment. Just coming together. Damn, talk about commitment. No, for sure, yeah. Oh, another spin going on there. That is just on the entry of the back straight. Can we get back going? And, oh, going the wrong way there for the moment. But I think we're good. Yes, we are. That's the most important part. Bit of a scary moment there. So once again, updating here and continuing this one, going through 6:22 in Europe. I'm not too sure what time it is in the session. It's definitely not 6:24 p.m. We're running on a 2x time right now. So late night here at Le Mans. And we are coming down to it. 39 minutes away from the halfway point of this race. And 3 laps until we hit the big 100. No close battles in sight, but we're here. Ask any questions you have in chat. I'll be here to answer them all, but we're just chilling. Not too much to talk about. Hope everyone's race is going well and days are going well as well. These servers are in EU, otherwise I'll find it difficult to connect. Yeah, they are in EU, but they are very strong. Some of these servers, like for my personal server, even though we run it in, I'll run it in somewhere in America. We have a lot of drivers on a separate server that I run. They're very strong. We get very decent pings. It's just if your personal internet connection is good, that's all that matters. Yeah, servers are pretty fine. But yeah, these servers are in EU, at least for ACF. Question from Chad saying, can we do a little recap? Yes, we can. We can speed through the order really quickly here. Let's start off with the Group A category here. Starting off with Taco Motorsport. Currently sitting last overall, but regardless though, they're still keeping on, still pushing very hard, and yeah, halfway left to go in this race. Still able to turn their luck around, but it's going to be a bit difficult. Next up, Rusty's kind of getting a little bit unlucky throughout this race, but yeah, just another one of those teams that are just trying to keep their best out of trouble. The Volvo outfit from the Team Nürburg, yeah, let's just say they've kind of had a bit of unluck with traffic. A lot of cars running into them. Just not the best of luck in this first half of the race, but hopefully the second half we can see some big comebacks here. Next up the order here in the list. Let me just double check. Over here, and is this... Just making sure, sometimes I forgot about the 3-letter. Just don't want to make any mistakes. You know, these guys doing some great practice here. And yeah, so this is Expito Patronus. And one of those Fords just doing their own thing in this one. And overall, just sitting consistent and sitting pretty. Next up the road, HDR in the BMW. And this is, of course, the guys over at Hyperdrive. And Hyperdrive in the BMW doing an amazing, fantastic job in this race. One of the top contenders at one point. I think it's just all strategy, just flipping everybody around for position. Same with JRD. They had an amazing first stint, led off at the beginning, but unfortunately it just kind of went all downhill throughout the middle stints. But coming back through, of course, with strategy, it's exactly what I said, and it's what they need. And then we get to our one of two Mercedes that were in a huge fight in the early goings of this race. Bump drafting and all. Got a bit messy. But here's one out of the two of them. This is, of course, Tega AVM doing a fantastic job on the podium. Keeping it well. P2 in the BMW. This is the Valkyrie, the third Valkyrie team here in this one. Watch out for them. They're a massive contention to take the overall win in the Group A category. And sliding off the circuit is the leader there of the class. Of course, pit stops still have to go down. They weren't leading originally. So a lot of strategies here, but in it to win it. AFS, that's your leader so far. Heading over to the Group 5 category, a lot of Group 5 cars unfortunately retiring out, and we already, yes, so there were also Group A for the Ford and the Supra, both of those out, unfortunately, in this one. Like I said, it's not over till it's over. And yes, 100 laps, we just see it now. And that is awesome to see. 100 laps complete with 6 hours and 30 minutes left to go in this one. Small question. Isn't the light on the 787B too dark? Can you go into the onboard of the HGE Mazda? You finished with what you're doing right now. I don't think I'm able to change anything on my end. Driver swap 40. Florian now back on. Awesome. Let's see. The HGE Mazda. Well, let's just taking a look at the HGE Mazda. And, yeah, it doesn't even look like there's lights at all, now that you mention it. I'm not able to change anything, but Yeah, you're right. It is very dark now that we've kind of seen it in basically pitch dark, pitch black here. On the outskirt POVs here, try to get a front shot here. There you see it. It's, yeah, you know what? If there's some high beams on that car, you need to put them on, but you're right. It's very dark. But yeah, 100 laps complete. That's amazing. Let's quickly continue throughout the order here. Last time we were going through the order here, this team, I was looking P2. It does look horrible. Yeah. I mean, let's go on board with the Beamer. Let's see how that's looking. Okay, well, you know what? Hold on. Give it a sec. It's got a bit of light from the Mercedes. And, yeah, it's actually, no, it's a little bit better. It's a tad bit better for the BMW, actually, yeah. But yeah, I don't understand the 787. I'm not too sure if this is exactly what they see on their screen. Regardless, though, yeah, it's pretty interesting. But the outfit we're looking at right now, the Valkyrie Group 5 team, has a couple drivers just going off. Rusty's car as well. Last time we checked, they were in P2. So once again, just strategies and long pit stops going down here throughout this one. Next up in this bout here, of course, we have the team of ZRM JPRT doing an amazing race out here today as well. Chat saying Mazda forgot to change the light bulbs before the night stint. I totally agree. Maybe in the next pit stop, maybe. Doing a good job there again. Another one of those teams that's kind of got a bit unlucky throughout the middle stages, but trying to bring it back together here. P14 overall. And that is the Prato Speedstars Esport team. One of those drivers fighting for the top, driving with candles. Honestly, yeah, probably. I can see that. You see the flames. It's somehow those flames under that car brighter than what the Mazdas are seeing. But yeah, the Speedstars, they're doing pretty well out there. Kind of up and down the field once again. Group 5 all over the place right now with the current standings. Last time we were checking this out, drivers that were in the podium are nowhere near the podium anymore, but that wasn't from mistakes. That's obviously just from different strategic calls. P13 overall in the Ferrari. This is SRSG. Doing a great job out here, leading at one point in this race, just kind of taking a little step back throughout this one, but just outside the podium. But on the podium now, this is the mixed team. True war going on out here. They're going to be dropped down out the podium in just a moment in the pit lane now, but looking pretty good out there. And actually, they're now coming out the pits and just getting overtaking. That is the Ferrari. What Racing? What can we say about this team other than the fact that they have been on point? Eric in the car. I believe that's Eric in the car, so doing a great job at keeping it consistent out there. Could be in contention for the win if things stayed the same here. And of course, P1, the all-dominant, the almighty BMW of this team right here, Hyperdrive. Potentially looking for the top spots, hopping over the curbs. They're leading, and they're just doing everything right. Let's start off. Here we go with our Group C class. So we have the second Watt Racing team in the Jaguar, the least lucky team, of course. You have one of the Watt Racing teams in P1 and the other one in P9, so different dynamics here. But the Jaguar just, still finding its foot here. Doesn't feel as quick on the straights as compared to the other cars. All comes down to setup, of course, but yeah, it's holding off and trying to do its best out here. The team of Watt Racing. Very happy to have a car in P1, but it'd be nice to see a Watt 1 and 2. So we'll see very soon. Here's the Nissan from Team Psychopath. And yeah, real psychopaths out here, because when we saw that ping go all over the place a couple hours ago, it was the scariest experience. Every driver was on their feet watching that car teleport, even fly to outer space at one point, and then just return back to orbit to land. So yeah, they're doing their best out there. P8 overall, P7 in the pits, ZRM JPRT in the Sauber C9. The Mercedes not leading in this one. The second Mercedes, and I'm just seeing, I think they are now coming out to the circuit. Yes, they are. Or not. No, they're not. They are still staying into the pits, but continuing on here. Doing a great job, staying consistent. Oh, trouble for the Watt car in the wall, in the Ferrari that he just passed, going backwards. 2015 F1 behavior, maybe. AFS, another great team. The Lancia, the lone Lancia here, a very unique car, passing another Martini-looking car. Doing pretty well out here. Continuing to charge on hard and keeping it going here. So can't wait to see how they turn out towards the end. Is strong contention for the top 5, and a team that has probably hit the most heartbreak is this one right here. Awesome commentary. Thank you so much. If you want to hear more of my commentary, unfortunately, I'll be out of here in about 22 minutes time, because Saturdays is actually, I run another league and commentate for it. So if you want to hear me out, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, we're a league that we also run every Saturdays in the afternoon. But if you want to check us out, open up a tab, but keep this one open. This race is absolutely fantastic, and these night hours are gonna pull off some thrills and spills. But yeah, we're running GT3 racing. We have a championship battle in our final race, 2 points the difference. Not trying to convince anybody which league I'll follow you. Write it down here. I will I'll drop 2 links here if you want to check it out. I hope Mr. AC Friends does not mind. So there is our league. That's the league I personally run. We have a race coming up very soon, and actually a trailer that's coming up for it in about 20 minutes time. But yeah, and also, of course, you know, if you're not part of these races and you want to get a part of the ACF community, get a part immediately. Just sent there the Discord link that'll allow you to get a part of these races. But continuing on here really quickly, in this one, we're looking at a team that has hit a lot of heartbreak. The EP Sportswagen Technic team, where do we begin? Leading this one, had a chance, always had an opportunity to lead this race. Unfortunately, we saw that their car got stuck in neutral, teleported to pits, and they received a hefty penalty. Just the rules there, and unfortunately, it's costed them big time. And now, from fighting for the win, they're trying to get back on the podium with their pace. Definitely possible, 100%. However, it's a long uphill battle. They're currently in the top 5, and that's the first part of the story. Up into P4, the Valkyrie team. And I'm not too sure if he's still in the cockpit. Yes, he is. Tim Stahl. Of course, Tim Stahl also has raced with us pretty frequently in our league. But, of course, this is his home here at ACF. And basically lone piloting this one. And he is doing a great job. It's basically a 2-man team here, but he's doing majority of the work. And Tim is a beast. He is an animal. And currently piloting the Aston, looking for a podium. That would be absolutely iconic if he can get that one. And Tim Stahl, ladies and gentlemen, P4 in the Aston Martin for Team Valkyrie. P3 now. Currently sitting in the pits. Here we see the Moritz Racing Esports team. Currently getting service done on their car. But on the podium, the second Porsche that has just gotten everything right so far and stayed consistent. Most importantly, stayed out of trouble. That's exactly what you need. And again, nothing else to say. Just keep it up. P2, HGE had started at the top, fell backwards, picked back up, went to the lead at one point. Had an amazing three-way battle for the race lead. And a potential heavy contender. In fact, I think we might be looking at our new race leader very soon. Maybe. Coming out the pits now. Could this be tight? It is not. So here comes HGE. They will now be leading. They should be leading. Yes, they are. And while racing, now doing their long stop here as they come to the end of another fantastic stint. The Sauber has been the class of the field. The Sauber C9 LM Mercedes, one of the best to do it here. The fastest car, racing on qualifying trim. They're the best to do it. HG now leads, though. That's your rundown. But yeah, if you want to hear my voice and hear me attempt to lose my voice, because a championship fight's coming down to the line with points for our league. Absolutely insane. We're nowhere near the level of endurance like ACF, though. We only run about 45 to 1 hour length races, so very short. But I highly recommend it. Check us out. I think we're currently on record to get into 3,000 subscribers. Hopefully we'll be hitting it at the start of next year. And if you haven't already, over on the ACF channel, hit that subscribe button. The channel's almost at 900 subscribers, but of course we gotta get to 1,000. That's the most important part. But 16 minutes left to go before we hit the halfway mark. But yes, 104, 100, over 100 laps. So, man, we're looking at over 200 laps here at Le Mans. And so far, it's been such an iconic race. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of... it's not been stale. It's just gotten to a point where the strategies right now are not allowing us close racing. We would have cars get pretty close with each other, but unfortunately, it would just not work out. Pit stops, long pit stops need to be done. Here we go on board with Tim. Look at that, the yellow lights just barely peeking through. It's enough to see through at the night. Let's go through all the onboard. Let's truly find out, is the Mazda the worst? It's in the dark. Do you think we can beat this? I don't even know what corner we're on. Over on the Porsche curves. Wow. Let's go on board really quickly before we get wow, okay. They have damage as well. I didn't even notice that. Look at that. They have damage. I don't think they noticed either. It's been that dark. Huh. Yeah, this is interesting. When did they pick up damage? We're not too sure, but they're now in the pits. Let's just check through the field. Is that really the car that has the least amount of vision? We're just going to quickly go through every single car. We're going to find out right here, right now. Oh, well, that's clearly the best. That's the Jag. Here we see the Group 5. And all of them basically great. I mean, they're fine. They're not perfect. And now we get into the Group A category. And rounding out here. Yeah, it's good. Look at this. A little battle here. Here we go. Battle for third. Overall, I think that's Tim Stahl here. Slipstreaming now. The MRE car up ahead. 3 wide for the moment. And through the kink on the right-hand side. Door to door. More trouble on the way on the... Flips! He flips! It's a massive crash! It is a massive wreck! Call it! Oh my goodness! Somebody check on Tim and let me know if he's okay! Because that is a hell of a wreck! Call it Mark Webber! Blipping! A Mercedes! It's not a Mercedes! But damn well, that is a scary and absolute horrifying wreck here at Le Mans! And just like that, he's just brushed it off because Tim Stahl is still one of the best to do it. What in the world was that? My goodness. I hope I didn't wake you up there. Tim is okay but disappointed. Oh, wow. Just seeing a car go off there. A massive wreck. On the Mulsanne. Wow. That is absolutely huge. Call it the 1999 24 Hours of Le Mans. Forget we're in 1985. Tim pulling off acrobatics on the back straight. And it's the least that he wanted to because he finally was able to catch up onto the field. But it just didn't work out in that split moment. How much damage are we looking at here? It's bent steering, folks. Bent steering on the Aston Martin. Finally having the momentum in the world to challenge up at the front has all come crashing down. After a huge battle, just coming down to it. It's a shocker. It's a shame. Hell, he doesn't even go into his box. He says, "Forget this. I'm done." He jumps out the car. I'm sure he's actually making the pit stop here, though. But absolute heartbreak here at Le Mans. And this circuit, it's truly a heartbreaker. It's a bigger heartbreak than the last girlfriend or boyfriend that has dumped you. Le Mans will break your heart even harder. And Tim, well, we just hope that he can recover from this one. I want to watch back the stream and figure out what the hell happened. If you also want to look back at the stream as well, I'm going to try to just audibly tell you as best as I can what in the world just happened. But absolutely insane. I don't even know. I cannot tell you. So side by side between the MRE Porsche and the Aston Martin on the outside. And I don't know if I want to say if Tim made contact. They were coming up very close to the leader of the Group A category. Maybe Tim was trying to avoid the car ahead and just the car on his inside not really going anywhere. Staying on his line, whatever the case may be, it's a freak accident. A car sliding on its roof, dancing in the air, landing on all four wheels, luckily. But bent steering, and that has costed him a heap of time battling on the podium, and it's just been taken away. Robbed here. Chat loving the commentary. Thank you so much. Real at Le Mans? I wish. I would love to. Oh, and there's trouble as well there. Just seeing some cars going off the track. Stopping, maybe? Not too sure what that's all about. I have to change some CSP settings for night view. I think it's more of the post-processing filter rather than the settings, because the settings are fine. I do admit it's a bit dark. That also could be the lighting on the track itself. Historically accurate levels of detail on this circuit here. But we'll see what we can do. We'll definitely see what we can do when it comes to sorting that out. But we're coming to the halfway point. What a way to kick it off. With a flip on the Mulsanne straight. A freak accident. It's our second flip of the day. First flip coming very, not too long ago actually. In the Group 5 class with one of the Porsches. Losing it. Do we have that car back on track? We do. The Aston Martin has returned. But unfortunately, it's down in fifth, and it's one of the things that needed to happen for this team right here to come back through. And that's exactly what you need here. The heartbreak from others. But the EP Sportswagen Technic number 096 with a troubling penalty early on. Now, that's one position less to worry about. You just need more bad luck from the cars ahead if you want to get back on the podium. It's such a stretch. It hurts to even say that, but that's racing. You need luck. I can tell you many times where luck has changed the outcome big time. Don't have to look far in the history of motorsport, but as it stands right now, there we see the number 96 enter the pit lane here once again for another mandatory long stop, or maybe it just could be for fuel and tires. The top 9, interestingly, are in the 100s team 100. And P1 and P2 are the only 2 cars on the lead lap. So you may be asking, who's on the least amount of laps here? If you were. That would go to the Taco team, who's currently completed 80 laps. So 80 compared to 106, but of course different classes. But well, what action this has been here at Le Mans. This classic Le Mans race here, and we have 6 more hours left to go. Unfortunately, once again, I won't be here to commentate the rest of this one. I will be keeping an eye on it, but I will be commentating on my league, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. If you want to check that out, you can open up a tab, but keep an eye on this one. This is the race to watch for sure. But if you just want to hear my voice, hey, check us out. And once again, if you want to get a part of these events, join the Discord. It's already in the chat. And subscribe if you're loving the stream so far. As we see there, MRE getting past one of the Mazdas there in the back, who is currently in P2. However, trouble here. Just getting going now. It's on the straight. Going on to the Mulsanne. But that is my time here It's been a solid 7.5 hours of live streaming. A good 2 hours of sleep. I don't know how I'm functioning right now. This race has been the only thing that's allowed me to function. And we still have redemption potentially. However, it's a different Porsche. But here we go. We could have ourselves a little battle just before I end my shift off here. Is Tim still in the car? Looks like it. He is. So Tim Stahl, 1.9 to 1.2 behind P4. Could be an opportunity here, and traffic galore. So Tim's gonna want to get a move on. Thank you so much, Mr. AC friends. Let's check out this battle really quickly. Let's see what goes down here. Is it enough to call it down? Or will that number 96 once again escape the clutches of Tim? Let's just see up the road who is next. Oh, it's very far up the road. So, clear air. There goes Tim to the inside through the Porsche curves. Just a little bit behind here, 1.8. This time by. Look at that, how quick he goes through the chicanes. And is there a pit stop that awaits either of them? There is not. 1.6. Traffic up ahead. It's the Mercedes just getting past. Trouble, yellow flags. And that is on the exit of the last corner. The Mercedes, the second Mercedes. The ZRJP car, but back going. And this gap is under a second, ladies and gentlemen. Slipstream engaged. Find a way to slingshot the car ahead. Porsche versus Aston Martin again. This time it's a different Porsche. Hopefully, it's not a curse of a manufacturer and just a freak accident that will never happen again. 0.8. Is it going up or down? It's kind of staying the way it is. There they go. Traffic up ahead at the Mulsanne, the hairpin, but they won't catch up to them until probably we get to maybe the, I want to say the Porsche curves. Into the hairpin though, 0.6. Better on the brakes is that Aston Martin. Five tenths the difference now. Six tenths, 5/10, kind of dancing right now. We may even get the traffic just on the entry of the Porsche curves. But going through Indianapolis, you need a good exit here. And look at that delta, a second up. And look how close he gets there. The exit, though, compromised. Big slide from the car ahead. Traffic coming up. You want to clear it just before the Porsche curves. We'll be close. Will it compromise Tim? It might. It will. It will. That is a huge shame. He's made contact with one of the Mercedes as well. And that's the leader! That is the leader! of the Group A class. Granted, he's got a gap, but I think the last thing he wanted was to get bulldozed out the way, trying his best, but you see Tim just trying to get through. Unfortunately, though, it's gone from a couple tenths to now 2.8 with damage. Tim just pushing as hard as he can. And unfortunately, he's going to have to try this one once again. 2.6. But we're going to leave it there. My name is Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. Thank you so much to AC Friends for allowing me this opportunity to commentate with you guys once again. I won't be here for the rest of the race, so have yourselves a good rest. Best of luck to all the teams and to all the fans watching here, supporting family and friends. We hope that every driver here has a good race and a great night here, as pit lane already looking busy. But best of luck to all the drivers here. 6 hours left to go here at the 12 hours of Le Mans. Take it easy, everyone. I'll be live streaming 5 p.m. just a few hours time for our league at CMRC. I think it's linked in the chat. But if you want to get a part of ACF, join. There's a Discord link up there just as much. Get a part of the action. Thank you so much again. And yeah, let's go racing here.